2023. Some of them were rewarded with ministerial positions. So he may be thinking along that line.
And when
This blood flow to the brain. This blood flow to the brain.
There's a lot of young people all over the place who are in government. And you look at our blue chip industries and co, manned by very young people. But in his own case, let's see what he will get out of it eventually. Even the 100 million naira. I'm wondering how
no, Dr. it
came out.
The stick and,
very soon you will see his announcment that he's stepping down. Yes, I'm certain. I'm certain he will.
But of course, it's a given. It's a given.
All right. We take a break. When we come back on the platform, we go into the details of all the stories we have mentioned. Please don't go away. Stay with us.
New chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Power Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk.
TerraQ on Rapjoy. Unleash taste.
Be part of the conversation.
Gamma Original in rice bran oil reduces cholesterol. Heart-healthy oil, the smart choice.
2 times cleaner and more fragrance in one sachet.
It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people...
He said he's going to contest the presidency. This is like what many people didn't expect, that he was going to say, I want to contest the presidency. Since President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is from his own part of the country, they thought, oh, nobody is going to say if he wants to contest.
Basically, Okiria, the governors have 2 retirement platforms. To contest for the presidency when they are finishing a second term, like Yaya Bello and others did, you make a lot of noise, buy cars, brand them, travel around, do rallies, even though you may know that you would not win, or that you try and grab the senatorial seat from the district, you know, whoever is the Senate, you try to make sure that you move out. And of course, looking at the APM himself and Bala Mohammed moving into the party without a national structure, I personally feel it's difficult, though it's not impossible, but it's difficult to, you can aspire, but to get that seat from
now you have the APM working with a faction of the PDP, and the reactions from the FCT minister yesterday saying that it's just for one, that they don't know what they are doing. It cannot work. For now, as we are speaking, the PDP is still on oxygen. We don't know if he's going to get out of it because of the Supreme ICU, because of what happened at the Supreme Court. Why some parties are still carrying it all about. I think what the faction that the Makinde belonged to decided to do was to say, look, let us move and also carry the carcass of the party along and say we are working together. I don't know how that one works.
Especially since they couldn't find accommodation elsewhere, and you know, they had to settle for APM. I wasn't really surprised about Makinde declaring his interest in the presidency, because he had been saying it. Those who are close to him know that he has been eyeing the presidency, but whether he has what it takes to get there is the question now. The PDP is so sad that one of the greatest parties in Africa has come to this level because they failed to tackle the challenges that confronted them at the early stage. And when people were sounding notes of warning, they failed to take heed and to do what was right. Look at where it has landed.
Now, Amici, the APM, a faction of the PDP working together,
Another group of PDP working with APC.
With APC.
Because even Wike's men,
they have never
gotten nomination funds for APC. So what they have done is we keep this party down and prostrate as far as the 2027 election is concerned.
The initial thought was that Makinde was going to run with Atiku Abubakar, or Anamechi is going to run with Atiku Abubakar in ADC, until they were not able to stay together and they walked away. Now they needed to. Makinde now needed to find himself a platform. Somebody told me this morning that Makinde is not running to be a president just for the sake of it. That what he actually wants to do is to get people who will contest under for the Senate, the House of Representatives, under AP
and governorship,
so that he can continue to be a godfather. It is not a matter of, he knows how difficult
they know what they are doing. They are still hoping that after this election, they will resurrect PDP. But for now, as far as this election is concerned, PDP is out of it. The court cases up to the Supreme Court didn't quite explain what the true situation is. So why one faction, one group is working for the APC, the other one has said they call it an alliance with the APM. But the significant thing is that it was in that same Mapo Hall where Makinde announced his presidential bid that all the opposition leaders gathered. They gathered and said, we will present only one candidate. What I foresee is that the different political parties will pick their candidates. Recall yesterday what Bolaji Abdullahi, ADC spokesperson, told us here, that the possibilities of achieving a sole candidate
is not
for
over.
The opposition is not over. So what you may see as the weeks go by is that they will begin to drop their ambition. That if indeed they agree to come together. So this is the initial step. Get hold of your platform, use it as a negotiating tool, so that at the end of the day, when we come to the larger table, we can use this to say, look at what we are putting on the table.
But are they not likely to come to the same problem of assuming, because at this time the window is closed, they cannot all select a candidate that will run on the platform of a particular party. It means that even if they have their own different ambition, they will subsume it and say, look, this is the person that
just with the alliance.
And you think an Atiku Abubakar will work with Peter Obi in that?
That's the problem they have to resolve.
But it cannot be resolved because we have seen how quickly Peter Obi and Kwankwaso move out of the ADC. Now, Atiku Abubakar, who has this ambition, might be looking for who can bring votes for him to make him a running mate, especially from the south, because I don't see an Atiku Abubakar being a running mate for any other person as a vice president. Of course, you also have Muhammad Hayatuddin. We don't know which part of the southern Nigeria he will be looking at to bring a running mate. But you see, the era of coalition began when Tinubu and Buhari put up their differences and came together and pull out the new PDP from the PDP. They built a very strong alliance to win the presidency. But I don't see such strong alliance that can challenge the APC.
I do not see that also. I think,
okay. Go ahead.
I do not see that also. I also do not see a Peter Obi being willing to work with an Atiku. And that would have been the best combination, if you ask me, because if you look at all the others who have declared interest, the former governor of Rivers, Rotimi Amechi, another, I mean, you look in terms of followership, you know the person that has the crowd, you know the person that has
the
capacity.
PDP,
yes.
Where Atiku was the presidential candidate and Peter Obi was the vice presidential candidate. I don't know how it didn't work, whether it is the Obi
was to INEC. So he cannot move again. So it's either he becomes a presidential candidate of APM and will announce an alliance with another party stepping down. He cannot be a vice presidential candidate.
And by that time, the name would have been on the ballot. Because whatever happens, even when you step down, the information that INEC must have had at that time is that you are a presidential candidate. Except officially, you will now come up to say, look, I'm stepping down.
You can resign.
Yes. Don't vote. Yes. Don't vote for me. Even if you see my name on the ballot, don't vote for me.
And the same goes with Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar. They can't be on the same
cannot come together except
so that's why the only ticket we are short now, that a ticket and presidential and vice presidential candidacy within the APC, we know the Tinubu is there, who will likely go with Shetima, except some other things happen. You still have that leeway to pick another person. But for NDC, it's now clear that it's between, because they have zoned to the south.
And it takes so to...
It's Peter Obi and most likely Juan Kwasa.
And it takes me to the troubles within the NDC as Dr. Umadu is not relenting at all. He's shouting on top of his voice that, look, this party was not registered legally. It is going to crumble. You are wasting your time. And that there are certain documents that they were supposed to have filled. They didn't fill that form. It is a court-registered party, and the court will reverse the decision and NDC will crumble.
But does he have any local standing to do that? If he,
it is for the court to decide whether he has local standing.
I thought this could have been an INEC issue.
And I've never even revived the matter because the matter has lasted over 3 months that they didn't appeal.
No, so the ADA and Omar Aldo went to court seeking to be registered via court order like NDC did. That was 2 days ago. The court said, we agree with INEC, you're not qualified to be registered.
So why is it
for that of the NDC, it was NDC that dragged INEC to court, so only 2 parties. Now, when that happens, when the judgment came, INEC under Professor Mahmoud Yakub decided to obey the High Court judgment to register NDC. Now, INEC has 3 months, just as with every other High Court judgment, to appeal.
But they didn't appeal. But they have a right to seek for leave to appeal.
They have a right to seek for leave to appeal. But the thing is that Omar Aldo is not a party to the case. Mustafa is quite right. He's what some lawyers will call meddlesome interloper.
A busybody.
A busybody. You're looking for a problem where you don't have a stake.
And he's not a member of the party.
So he can appeal. He can appeal the judgment of the High Court that said INEC is right not to register. He can go to Court of Appeal. But for the NDC versus INEC, he has no business whatsoever.
And he has contested several times. He has not won. He shares that with.
Let's look at the challenge. Let us look at the challenge against President Tinubu. Stanley Osifo. We talked about it briefly the last time. Is there any possibility that this is a decoy? Because people have been accusing the president of trying to foster a one-party state. You want to take the ticket alone. You don't want any contest. Is it possible that our young man...
But I suggested a picture of trying to present a democratic front, even within the political internal democracy.
Okiria, I give it to the president as a very smart and strategic politician. You've not seen him shouting or fighting anybody. And what we have noticed is that people on their own continue to join the president's party. And it's actually...
Are you sure of that? He just sits down in the villa and everybody is flogging. His food soldiers are not doing the job.
And first, those governors are joined. First, they visit him, then they have a conversation, and then they not join.
You mean they just for their own? They just went to the party.
You see, leadership itself is a strategy. If the president doesn't have the strategy, he will attract these people by whatever means to join his party.
Whatever means.
Yes.
I like that choice of words.
There wouldn't be. We've had other presidents in the past who were fighting with governors like Obasanjo, even with who's holding the Lagos local government allocations at
when you said by whatever means, it takes us to the EFCC cases that were pending before some of these governors when they were there, and immediately they run. Like who told us that once you join, is he the Senate president?
And that's the Shemolan is denying it.
Now, when you
Your
join
sins are forgiven.
APC, but I saw the video. It's not, what kind of denial is that?
But then it was taken out of context.
I
That's
don't
why
also
it's
take the
so-
EFCC still serious.
When you join the party, then your sins are forgiven. We have seen governors whose sins are forgiven.
But we were
When
all
they
at
joined
the
the
National
APC.
Assembly as reporters and producers when Nuhu Ribadu, the then chairman of the EFCC, stood inside the gallery and said they have the names of about 22 governors that they were investigating for corrupt activities. What happened after that announcement? A lot of them are there free long after they left.
Okay, let's just quickly take the SDP and then we come to the APC pending primaries. Just yesterday, the primaries for the House
of Reps
was put ahead, but SDP.
No, they were supposed to hold this Friday.
This Friday,
but they shifted it to Saturday.
We'll begin to do analysis of, but let's begin from the SDP. Adewale Adebayo was the presidential candidate of the SDP.
He has always been their presidential candidate.
Past. It's like he's smart, he knows how to get it, and he has the funds to go ahead and get it. SDP actually started negotiating initially with the ADC, those who Peter Obi and all those who were trying to enter into looking for a platform.
moved into SDP and later
moved out before they now moved into ADC.
Was
so
he not
SDP was
rejected
a bride
actually?
at some time, but I think Adewale was just keeping his calm, and once all of them, with the wind blew past, he has picked up the ticket.
Was he really keeping his calm?
This is also somebody from the Southwest joining Makinde now in helping to split the vote that
The opposition could get.
will have.
The gentleman has always made his position clear. And if you look, I studied the different policies, pronouncements, manifestos of the different political parties in 2023, and his own was the only one that was different, because the major candidates we are talking about, we will remove subsidy, we would float the, all of them promised that, but he was different. So I think he has been steady and focused in what he's doing. He ran under SDP, and like you said, this is the first person that his ticket, apart from, okay, the president is not even assured now because there's a young man. So he's the only one that is assured.
Now
let's see what he will
now,
bring
let's
into
talk
context.
about let's talk about what is happening within the APC. The information I got yesterday, last night, is that particularly flowing from the disqualification in the States House of Assembly, the APC is not smiling. Though the leaders of the APC, they seem to think that it is who they want to contest that will contest. So if you like, go and pick up the form, and what they have used and what they are using is membership dues to disqualify everybody who has. So they just tell you, have you paid your membership dues? And you say you have not paid.
But if you haven't paid your membership dues, why would you want to?
But nobody has been paying. So what they are doing now is to issue receipts to the people who they want to contest, give them receipts, backdate them, and tell them you are qualified to contest.
Well, let's hope that the APC will try to avoid the banana peels that the PDP encountered when it was a party, you know, the beautiful bride, when it was a party that in power and everybody wanted to get on to their positions through that platform. You know that the PDP also was, if I may borrow the word, a bit reckless in some instances, you know, trying to wield power. And of course, those who believe that they had the say were trying to do some of the things that the APC is doing right now. You disqualifying people anyhow. Of course, a lot of the godfathers have their candidates already, and then looking for a way, bringing one or two things, and then putting your own candidates. There's always a way with politicians. Bringing your own candidates, push away the others. And eventually the PDP paid for it. Let's hope that the APC would be wiser and know its limits when it comes to imposition, because this is all about imposition. Either way you paint it, make it look democratic, whatever. It is pure in position.
Amechi, do you think that the postponement of the primaries as a result of this internal?
Yes, they are giving different reasons, logistics, but they needed to put their house in order. You know, the biggest challenge for the coalition was to agree on a single candidate. They failed. The biggest challenge for the APC is to manage the many people that ran into the party who met the original people on ground, and we knew that this is the time we'll see the strength of the party when it comes to contest for the ticket. So the problem is beginning to bear. And like you rightly said, that was exactly what APC did in Osun and Ekiti. Governorship primaries. The likes of Omishore in Osun State went and got formed, but a decision had been taken. They just did the team, committees they set up, disqualify him. And that was the end. And like Uju said, that they can always find a way to disqualify you. But we know the Electoral Act allows party members to approach the court to challenge actions of the court as regards issue of candidacy, picking candidates. But whether it is justiciable to approach the court on issue of disqualification is what we'll find out. Because the party has the right.
Because one of the things people have been saying, lawyers have been saying, is that internal affairs of the party is not justiciable in the court. But we don't know to what extent.
Absolutely.
Because if you are offended within a political party, you should be able to say, look, I'm offended. But if they say you didn't pay membership dues, that is the reason.
But you need to go beyond that. The negative implication.
How many of the people who took their political parties to court have ever come out with something tangible?
Okay, let's go to Imo State. Now, we have a lot to talk about Imo State. Let's quickly talk about Imo State before we begin to expect our guests. We have time running out. Imo State is one of the states where you have, what do they call it now? If I say abracadabra, because Hope Uzodinma was the fourth candidate in the elections that brought him to power.
Came fourth in the election.
Came fourth, and then people started to say, what happened to the pronouncement of the judiciary, that is the Supreme Court that made him to be. But this man has not finished his 2 terms, and he wants to go to strategically, some people will say he's seeing the handwriting that if he doesn't contest now, he will be in the law for a very long time. So he wants to contest. Imo State is one state in the picture of some of these things that are also happening. And don't forget that Hope Uzodinma and FCT minister appear to have fallen out of the love. They were deep inside. And a lot of things, fireworks are going on here and there about, he was removed overnight as chairman of All Progressives Governors Forum. Before you knew, they all came back again. He survived it. They passed a vote of confidence. It's like what Wike did to Bauchi. You know, he promised or he would disorganize, put fire in Bauchi. He was also trying to set the fire in Imo State. How is Imo State playing now?
Same way there were reports, unconfirmed, that because Hope was the one that dragged or paved the way for Fubara to join APC and was working behind the scene, using his contacts in the Asurok to ensure that he enjoys the full benefits of APC governor. This may have infuriated Wike and all that, and we have seen back and forth. When Akpabio and co altered the Senate rule to make it clear that if you're not a member of the 10th Senate, you will not be contesting for the Senate president. Some people said, okay, we can go and also moved in to check who is hoping to get into the Senate to run for the presidency. So the thing I took out from there was that Babio has done everything the president wanted, even what the president didn't want. He did for him. It wasn't enough to make him realize that when they return in 2027, he will still get the Senate presidency. Because Hope's move and the possible entrance of some other governors into the Senate in 2027 made him became so scared that he had to, using other lawmakers, engineer the change
to build the face
in the rules and all that.
It was right for him to be scared of a man who came forth in the election and became the governor eventually. There was a second position, there was a third position. So if Akpabio is afraid, he has a right to be afraid, because till today, Nigeria has not been able to come up with the mathematics of how he emerged as
the Supreme Court provided the basis for his emergence as the winner.
If you are the Senate president, or the Speaker House of Representatives, you only have been lucky to be first among equals. If you change the rules, if an election takes place and these gentlemen come in as former governors, former this and that, they can still put new rules before the election. And even if you are sitting on this seat, they can remove you. There have been banana peels on the floors of the assembly because we've all covered the National Assembly. So many leaders have been removed. And what makes you think you cannot be removed or you cannot be denied in the future leadership tussles in the chamber?
Well, it is a matter of looking strategically to the front, seeing what is possible to be done. Like Hope Uzodinma is looking ahead now, say, look, if I don't contest the Senate now, what happens after the elections? I probably will be in the on the bench.
They may have decided the Senate presidency by the time I'm coming in.
No, in fact, it would have been decided long ago because it would have been like 3 years after.
So he would choose to forgo like 10 months of
10 months of governorship and then contest the Senate. There's also the challenge that if you are a sitting governor, although we saw so many sitting governors that didn't win the Senate the last time, but the belief is also that if you are a sitting governor, it's easier for you to win the election.
Of course, you have the state apparatus at your disposal.
How many of them? About 5 or so of them didn't win the last time.
About 8 of them.
They didn't win it because of the Peter Obi tsunami that blew in around during the elections. They were not able to win. But now, Hope Uzodinma does not want to take a chance. He wants to get into that place. And I don't know what is happening.
He's a fighter. Let him try. He's a fighter. Let him try. And secondly, you see the directives given in the presidential villa that the governors are the leaders of the party in their state, despite the fact that you have the party structure with chairman and state chairman and other officials. That gives a lot of strength to those governors. But the tsunami of Peter Obi, the obedience made a lot of difference in several places. Now, we don't also really know whether that tsunami would still, block some people from achieving their
You know one thing with these Hope Uzodinma's quest for the Senate presidency. He's not just an ordinary governor. He's the chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum.
Yeah.
So if he rides on that crest to get into the Senate. Recall the hold governors have on their National Assembly members. So they will just give them a simple instruction. Queue behind him for the Senate presidency. So perhaps those that saw that strategic move decided to counter. Why don't you push him out from that chairmanship of the Progressive Governors Forum? And that was why that turmoil came up within. And before you know,
are you suspecting Wiki?
I'm not suspecting. I'm suspecting everybody. Everybody that is hoping to move into the Senate. So it's a high-wired political game, not just for this election. Politicians, there are some actions they will take in 2027 that they hope to benefit from in 2030.
No, they calculate
They'll
very
say,
well.
do this, do that, so that by the time we are done with this 2027 election and we'll get to 2031, I'll be in an advantage.
But you see, the fear of Wiki is
several years ahead. If you recall, even the current president, right from when he was governor of Lagos State, he was laying the foundation for the presidency, preparing for the position that he is today. And then, again, Hope is also a kind of strategist, somebody you could say dangerous politically. It's not somebody you can just push away that.
Let's take our guest. Dr. Stanley Emegwara, a lawyer, is joining us on Zoom. We want to thank you for joining us on the program this morning. Thank you so much, Dr. Stanley Emegwara. Are you hearing us?
Thank you very much. Yeah, you can hear me.
Okay, that's good. Thank you for joining us on the program. Let's take a look at what are you reading? Primaries are coming on. We have screening going on in most of the parties. People are moving from one party to the other. What are you reading? Are we really playing the way we should play in Nigeria?
Thank you very much for having me. Good morning, viewers. Good morning, the other guys in the studio there. Like Riley says, primaries are coming up. The game is already on. The system is heated up. To a reasonable extent, I think most of the issues of concern are already adumbrated.
Unfortunately, we are not hearing you very well. It's like, I don't know if there's a TV that is on in that your room that you should put off. If there's a yes, if it's network, we're not hearing you very well. You're not sounding so clear. But let's try again. Please continue.
I think it's a small problem because there is no other device is on here with me now.
Okay, let's take a break. Let's see what our technicians can do to quickly fix that. We would come back to him as soon as he's come out. We will remain inside the studio here while we are taking a look at some other issues that we promoted about our poor educational system. The educational system in Nigeria is one that we have been talking about all over again. Just recently, the federal government came up with the idea that NCE should be moved up JAMB. And JAMB has been the organization, that's the government organ that has been superintending over admissions into the universities, colleges of education, and all the other tertiary institutions. And with a poor shortfall of nearly 2,000 teachers in primary schools alone, 200,000 teachers. We are talking, giving you figures from the UBEC now, the deteriorating facilities that we have in public schools and the educational, the kind of poor pay that we have for teachers, it's become a problem. Let's find out if our guest is ready, and then we'll come back to this issue as soon as we finish with him. Dr. Emegwara, can we hear you clearly now?
Yes, from my own end, I think I'm okay.
You are better now. You are better. You are better now. You are better now. So let's hear from you. The question I asked was, the question I asked was for you to throw your analysis on the general picture that we are seeing of politics, primaries, screening, people moving from one party to the other. Is Nigeria democracy the way you think it should be?
Straight on, Nigerian democracy, I don't think is the way it ought to be yet. And a part of the issue or issues that are bringing about this, some of the guests have already adumbrated on it. The issue of consensus, like has already been discussed by some of the guests, is of a major problem. One of them that I was listening to said, a situation where before you even go into the primaries, there's an anointed aspirant who is deemed to be the person to take the ticket. I think it would have been better if you now decide to tell everybody, don't pick the ticket, we've decided on this, and don't go about wasting your resources. Here in Imo State, I think the party in power through the governor did something like that some time ago, where he encouraged people not to bring the resources away, even though they have the capacity. I think yesterday they had a stakeholders meeting wherein the governor told them. I think there's one common denominator talking about the party in power now. President Bola Tinubu has taken that position, and I think at the subnational level, the state governor of them has also taken that position. That where consensus does not work, then let the option A4 take place. That is an escape route, in my view, to make sure that as much as possible they don't incur the wrath of the aspirants. So having given the mandate to the leaders, it's now the duty of the leaders of the party, or those who are to conduct the primaries, to ensure that that is followed. If that is followed and somebody obviously sees that I went to the field, I was not able to convince the voters well enough to choose me as their option, the person can when you don't create opportunity, people to test the popularity of the day, you impose and the sabotage left, right, and center.
Yeah, it appears the network not quite.
Yeah, I don't. Yes, unfortunately, unfortunately, the sound is not very clear. But we appreciate you, sir, for joining us. We just do hope that in the course of time, we'll be able to take you in to do more analysis. But he made a point, and you were trying.
Taken at the stakeholders meeting in Imo yesterday, that they should resort to option A4A as the method of election for their primaries. It takes us back to
IBB's
elections. And I'm just.
But why do you think they?
So that means consensus has failed. They said where consensus has failed, they'll go to option A4. So in Imo State tomorrow for the House of Representatives primaries for APC, we are likely going to see some contests. Yes, they shifted from today till tomorrow, Saturday.
Yeah. So we are waiting for option A4. And can we explain option A4 to Gen Zs? Because many young people don't understand the meaning of option A4. It comes in two different forms. The first set of option A4 that we saw was candidates queue behind
voters queue behind your candidate.
Voters queue behind their candidate. But it was later amended to say, look, vote secretly, and then you come and put this thing publicly so that they know that you have voted. Now, the essence of option A4 is to make it participatory and more transparent, so that people are not prevented or forced to vote candidates that they don't want to vote. Imo State is starting off with that, and we hope that there will be primaries in other areas, because what they thought about, I think it was the member of the House of the National Assembly that came here that told us that, look, where the consensus fails, they will go into primaries. But what we can tell our people today, what we can tell even party members who are not aware, is that if you have not been paying your dues in APC,
you better
sorry for you, because they are likely to tell you have not been a responsible party man.
A technical knockout of some sort.
And that is very technical, because at the end of the day, I don't think you can go to court to tell the court that you were knocked out because you were not a responsible party.
I also hope they don't come up with these legal issues like payment as at when due. You hear this kind of process.
In fact, Amechi reminded me of that just now, that even when you are paying, it should be as at when due.
You can't pay as a lump. That was what happened to Ayolo Mishore when APC did their governorship primaries in Osun State. They just disqualified him. He didn't meet the criteria.
He was not paying as at when due.
But the president was weak. Trust the president.
He has a very negative
It has a very negative implication, because they should be afraid of protest votes. Those people they are trying to deny have followers, and that may lead so many of them to go and plan anti-party activities. And once they plan that, then some of the golden boys are bound to crash.
A lot of them don't care about protest votes because they have a machinery. Somehow they tend to get away with some of those things, because after everything, after the primaries or the elections, they have a way of bringing themselves together, reaching out to those who are aggrieved, and somehow you see something melting. You see the protests and everything melting, and at the end of the day, they have their way. Okay. Because it's either you're with them or you're out in the cold. Ladies
and gentlemen, let us quickly, just before we take our mails, let's take a look at the issue of the educational standard I was talking about. Nigeria's educational standards have become increasingly concerning to so many people, particularly the stakeholders, as the Federal Ministry of Education appears to be lowering the entry requirements. Not just the requirements, with nearly 2,000 shortfalls in primary school education alone.
200,000?
Yeah, 200,000 shortfalls in teachers in primary schools alone, combined with underfunding, poor remuneration, and deteriorating facilities. The public education sector is in dire straits. What should we make of the removal of the NCE from JAMB? Now, before my colleagues will take a look at let me give you some figures. And they are not ones that are really too palatable, considering the fact that we all went through primary schools, we went through secondary schools.
Public primary schools.
Public, yes. Now, we have, by UBEC pronouncement, I told you just now that we have nearly 200,000. The actual figure is 194,876 qualified teachers are in need. We need them to fill up the spaces. And we teachers manage 55 to 120 pupils per class in Nigeria. I mean, if you have not been to public schools, particularly in the rural areas, you will not understand what we are talking about. When we were in primary and secondary school, we were many, but not 55, not 120. We also have reports that some of the schools are so dilapidating that some students actually study under trees. There's this guy that does videos around Nigeria, and he did in Kogi State. We saw students under some sheds, and when the rain comes, everybody will have to go. And there are so many challenges: underfunding, not enough. When we talk about underfunding, the current budget is predicated on it has 6.1%. UNESCO standard is between 15 and 20%. The recruitment of teachers, some 18 states didn't recruit any teacher between 2019 and 2024. We are talking about UBEC figures now. It is not our figures. And the impact is telling on the kind of quality of education we have for teachers. Look, why is it that, let me ask you, I have been asking this question, nobody has answered me. Why is it that in the university system, if you have a first class, you are immediately drawn by the school authorities?
That was before now.
You are immediately drawn by the university to go and do a master's and a PhD so that you can teach. They will look for the best.
And they give you assistant lecturership a position immediately.
Why is it that we recruit the worst for our primary and
the remuneration is so poor. What the government is trying to cure is they are trying to go behind the problem without resolving it. Now, they discovered that people are not coming up registering for JAM to study education. That means we have shortage of teachers. Now, to solve the problem, they will say, remove JAM.
Don't even write JAM.
Once you have your O-levels, come. But it has not removed the problem. The problem is like, you just hit the nail on the head. It's not attractive again. When students come on excursion to our establishment here and I address them, how many of you want to be doctors? 20% raise their hand. How many of you want to be lawyers? Another 20%. How many of you want to be... When I ask them, how many of you want to be teachers? They all be looking at me.
Meanwhile, they were escorted to this place by teachers.
So even the young people have understood that if you're a teacher in Nigeria, you'll be in penury. So all they need to do is to make it attractive. The federal government, the Buhari administration, the Tinubu administration has done a lot in trying to increase their salaries, but for the states, for the private schools, they need also to do more so that people will be attracted. Do you know what they go through, teachers, to really eke out a living? So if we make remuneration high, oh, here I can abandon here to go.
In some countries, we know that in some countries, the highest paid public servants are teachers, then followed by medical doctors, even in parts of Africa. Then, secondly, the educational budget, how much is it in most of the states, which also end up not being implemented? A lot of the governors, for example, because the primary schools teaching is under, they are under the state governors. The lip service are being paid. Structures will be constructed, celebrated like we just saw in one of the northwestern states, but go back after 2 months. Where are the teaching materials? What kind of training do the teachers? When El-Rufai gave test to the teachers after some training and sack all those who failed. In Borno also they did the same thing.
In Edo, Shomole did the same thing in Edo, yes.
So many people were insulting El-Rufai. They didn't know that El-Rufai did the best for the state. And look at all of us. We went to public schools. All these elites who destroyed the educational system through not implementation of the budget all went to public schools. I can count the Nigerian leaders in the past 40, 45 years, 50, 60, even 70 years, did not go to private schools. But even the teachers in the public schools now, they send their children to private schools. And you see the government officials, not even, now even nursery and primary, some people send their kids to London, Malaysia, United States, because they know that they are stealing the budget from here.
Now, Uju, is it this? Somebody told me that, look, this year affects the women more because we have more women opting to go and teach. I disagree with him when he was telling me. I said, but I agree that yes, there's the tendency for women to want to teach. Is it something that has any feminine thing in it that we are not approaching?
In a way, yes, it's something that you can't fully run away from, even though. Yes, even though with time, women have come to accept other kinds of jobs, and even husbands and fathers have come to accept that women can do other things. Basically, a lot of people believe that it is good for the woman to be a teacher. Like my uncle, when I wanted to go to high school, said, look, just go and do teacher training, go to TTC, or go to, and when you come out, you go and do your NCE, so that you go to school and come back by 2 o'clock and take care of your husband and children. They believe that it's something that's more convenient for the woman because you don't have to stay up till 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, like in the banks, or like in our own kind of profession, where at times you have to sleep over for even 2 days.
All right. We need to go to the citizens' perspectives now. That is, that we get that through our mails, where we hear from you. We take your input. You hear from us. You get back to us. You are on the feed. Wherever you are, your own corner of the world, you tell us what you see. You are also the one watching us and reacting. Let's go. Uju, you have the first mail.
Yes, from Steve Omar Ofozo from Lagos. And Steve says, on 1 or 2 tenures to reset Nigeria, the extent to which this Nigeria has presently been destroyed through injustice, tribalism, religious bigotry, as well as nepotism, rests squarely on leadership failures since independence. The hard truth invariably requires that only a sincere restructuring of Nigeria for true federalism to be operational remains the panacea to reshaping the country for genuine peace and unity, progress and development to be restored. The second one is from Victor A.B. from Bayelsa. And Victor says, it's no secret that I'm not a proponent of zoning. For 27 years, we have been focusing on zoning that is clearly not favoring the Nigerian people, but the political elite. I hear people say zoning works in Switzerland, but fail to study the Switzerland democracy to understand that zoning in Switzerland is just ceremonial. We sacrifice competence, integrity, and honesty over tribe, religion, and gender.
Okay, we end with this mail from John Peters in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, and he says, just last month, EFCC operatives invaded my neighborhood around 5 a.m. to arrest a few suspects in one compound, yet they blocked every gate on the street until 7 a.m. Residents heading to work or taking children to school were threatened. One officer openly warned, if you open that gate, you go collect. Now, we're hearing of similar operations disrupting activities at the University of Uyo Teaching Hospital in pursuit of a suspect. This raises serious questions about professionalism and rules of engagement, he ends. We'll hear it quickly.
Yes.
We're just getting a note from one of our listeners and viewers that option A4 is simply open ballot system.
Open ballot system. And we just want to also quickly comment on that zoning that guy talked about. That merit, competence, and a lot of things are sacrificed on the altar of just let's go together. But again, if you look at Nigeria the way it is, if we want to look at competence, don't we have competent people every part of Nigeria? Are we going to throw it open, considering the ethnic, the religious, and all these?
I think that's what that's where the delicate. Yes, that's what the man was trying to point out. We have competent people from every section of this country, but you see, there are people who are standing out or who have stood out over the years that, if not for zoning, they may emerge better leaders than some others.
All right, we have to go now. Political platform is wrapping up this Friday morning, and when we come back on Monday, we have more for you. Definitely, we also go to the citizens' perspectives to bring out your mails and your ideas. Please keep them coming. And for those who have been angling that this is not the structure, they want to hear the voices of our mail readers, the young girls that read mails for us. We can assure you that next week, On Monday, they will be back and they will have the structure that you have always understood it to be. Thank you for staying with us this long on the program. Let's do it again on Monday. My name is Okiri Agbonsuremi.
Nineteen-year-old Hussein Abdurrahman comes to this butcher shop every day to buy 8 to 10 kilograms of meat for Mogadishu's stray animals.
He is such a kind person. It's wonderful to show compassion and kindness to those who cannot afford it. He deserves support for this initiative.
Nearly 70% of Somalis live in poverty, making it challenging for many to afford food for their families, let alone for their pets. So Abdurrahman is filling that gap.
My goal is simple, to spread love and kindness throughout society. It's not just about animals, it's about reaching every corner of our community, from humans to animals, with compassion.
There are no official numbers for the stray animals roaming the streets of Mogadishu, but they are part of the urban scenery. Feeding the animals demand both time and money. Abdurrahman, who works at a commodity shop, dedicates a significant portion of his modest income to this cause. He learned his compassion from his grandfather, who also fed stray animals.
When you spend your money on good things, surely you will get back more, and your good deeds are already recorded by the angels.
Each day, Abdurrahman feeds 20 dogs and 30 cats along with some birds. The animals recognize him and rush to him. And every day he has a crowd of human admirers.
If all Somalis were like him, we would live in a better country. I encourage everyone in the neighborhood and in Somalia in general to support people like Abdurrahman because they spread love and kindness.
Somalia lacks an effective animal organization dedicated to the needs of stray animals, and the country lacks robust policies to protect them. Abdurrahman, a proud dad to 3 cats, aims to address this issue by creating an organization to support stray animals and extend his efforts nationwide. Jamal Ahmed Usman, VOA News, Mogadishu, Somalia.
United States and China end superpower summit as Donald Trump says China has offered to help open the Strait of Hormuz. Russia and Ukraine exchange 205 prisoners of war each. And Palestinians in Gaza observe 78th Nakba Day with children deprived of education. This is the World News on AIT. I am Olamide Ario. Welcome. United States President Donald Trump said on Friday that he had made fantastic trade deals with China's Xi Jinping as the pair ended a superpower summit that, according to the U.S. leader, has also reaped a Chinese offer to help open the Strait of Hormuz. Trump had arrived in Beijing seeking to seal accords in sectors including agriculture, aviation, and artificial intelligence, as well as to contain differences between the two sides in a number of tense geostrategic areas, not least the Middle East war.
Trump's overtures to Xi, whom he described as a great leader and a friend, were met with more muted tones by the Chinese president. But the U.S. leader said a lot of good has come out of the visit. Xi said it was a milestone visit and that the two sides had to date established a new bilateral relationship, which is a relationship of constructive strategic stability. In an interview with Fox News after the first day of the summit wrapped, Trump said Xi had agreed to several U.S. waste points. On the topic of the war in Iran, the U.S. president says Xi had effectively assured his counterpart that China was not preparing to militarily aid Tehran, which has essentially closed the Strait of Hormuz. The warm handshakes on pomp on Thursday were somewhat overshadowed by a blunt warning from Xi on a much longer-standing geopolitical flashpoint, Taiwan. Shortly after talks started, Chinese state media reported that Xi had told Trump that missteps on the sensitive issue of Taiwan could push their two countries into conflict. The Fox News interview did not touch upon Taiwan, and Trump did not comment to reporters when asked about the matter during the visit. Trump did not spell out on Friday that trade agreements that he has said had been sealed with China. However, in the Fox interview, Trump said one big business deal struck involving Xi agreeing to purchase 200 big Boeing jets. Shares of the U.S. aviation giant fell after Trump's comments, in a sign the market had expected a more robust purchase from China. The U.S. president also said Beijing had also voiced interest in buying U.S. oil and soybeans, which is the key foreign customer of Iranian oil, bought small amounts of oil from U.S. before Trump imposed tariffs last year.
And foreign tourists in Beijing have expressed optimism regarding the meeting between Chinese President Xi Jinping and U.S. President Donald Trump, hoping their high-level talks will bring a positive impact on people around the globe. Trump on Friday wrapped up a 3-day state visit to China at the invitation of Xi after the two leaders held talks at the Great Hall of the People in Beijing on Thursday. Before his departure from Beijing, Trump said he looks forward to hosting President Xi in Washington, D.C. He said his state visit has captured the world's attention and described it as a very successful and unforgettable. Tourists visiting the Chinese capital from different countries were optimistic about a historic high-level meeting, hoping that it will send out positive signals to the turbulent world of today. China has been welcoming an influx of international visitors in recent times since expanding its visa-free policies. The country recorded more than 30 million visa-free entries in 2025, up nearly 50% from the previous year, thanks largely to the expansion of a unilateral visa-free scheme which now covers 50 countries, as well as a 240-hour visa-free transit policy, which allows visitors to stop over en route to a third destination. CIA Director John Ratcliffe has met his Cuban counterpart at the Interior Ministry in Havana after the U.S. renewed an offer of $100 million of aid to ease the effect of its oil blockade. A Cuban statement said the meeting was an attempt to improve dialogue, and American officials were told Havana was not a threat to U.S. national security. A CIA official told BBC's U.S. partner, CBS News, that the U.S. is prepared to seriously engage on economic and security issues, but only if Cuba makes fundamental changes. Fuel shortages exacerbated by the U.S. oil blockade on the country have left hospitals unable to function normally and forced schools and government offices to close. Separately, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel said that instead of offering aid, conditions could be eased faster if the U.S. lifted its blockade. Attending the meeting was Raul Rodriguez Castro, the grandson of former President Raul Castro, Interior Minister Lázaro Álvarez Cáceres, and head of Cuba's intelligence services. The delegation met to personally deliver President Trump's message, the CIA official said. Cuba and the U.S. acknowledged earlier this year they were in talks, but negotiations appeared to be stalled as the oil blockade wore on. And a Sydney court has doubled the discrimination payout for an Australian trans woman who was kicked off a female-only app. It comes almost 2 years after Roxanne Tiku successfully sued Sir Grover, founder of the Giggle for Girls app, for blocking her accounts on the grounds of gender identity. Grover lodged an appeal against that verdict, but on Friday, the federal court dismissed it and further found that Tiku was directly rather than indirectly discriminated against by Grover. Giggle's legal team argued throughout the original case that sex is a biological concept. They fully considered that Tiku was discriminated against, but on the grounds of sex rather than gender identity, known as Tiku versus Giggle. The years-long dispute is a first-time case of alleged gender identity discrimination has been heard by the federal court in Australia. During the original case, the court heard that Grover had removed Tiku from the app after spotting male facial features on Tiku's profile photo. Grover told the court that when she looked at Tiku's profile picture, she decided Tiku was not a woman and removed the account, saying that the process was the same as removing all males. Russia and Ukraine exchanged 205 prisoners of war each on Friday. Moscow and Kyiv said a week after U.S. President Donald Trump announced a large swap would take place between the warring sides. The Russian Defense Ministry said in a statement on social media that 205 Russian servicemen were returned from territory controlled by Kyiv, adding that in exchange, 205 Ukrainian armed forces prisoners of war were transferred. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Telegram most of the Ukrainians handed over had been in Russian captivity since 2022. Trump said last week that Russia and Ukraine would carry out a mutual swap of 1,000 prisoners as he announced a 3-day U.S.-brokered ceasefire that covered Russia's May 9 parade celebrating the defeat of the Nazis. Both sides have traded accusations of violating the truce, and Ukraine has accused Moscow of ramping up its strikes against civilians after it expired, killing at least 24 in an air barrage on Kyiv on Thursday. He posted pictures of the released Ukrainians wrapped in national blue and yellow flags, smiling and embracing each other. And 5 Italians have died in a scuba diving accident in the Maldives. 4 of the divers were part of a University of Genoa team, including Professor of Ecology Monica Montefalcone, her daughter, and 2 researchers. The Maldives military said 1 body had been found in a cave about 60 meters underwater, and the other 4 divers were believed to be also there. It said divers with special equipment had been sent to the area, describing a search operation as a very high risk. The incident is believed to be the worst single diving accident in the tiny Indian Ocean nation, a popular tourist destination because of its string of coral islands. The 5 Italians entered the water on Thursday morning, local media reported. The crew of the diving vessel they were traveling on reported them missing when they failed to resurface later on. However, police said the weather was rough in the area about 100 kilometers south of the capital Mali. A yellow warning was issued for passenger boats and fishermen. And as Palestinians mark the 78th Nakba Day on Friday, children in Gaza continue to be stripped of their right to education as bombs are turning their schools into rubble and smashing what was left of a young survival future. On May 14, 1948, Israel declared statehood. The very next day, the first Arab-Israeli war broke out, forcing nearly 1 million Palestinians into exile. Since then, Palestinians have marked May 15 as their Nakba Day, the day of catastrophe. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinian children lost their schools in the displacement and forced migration that followed the Nakba. Today, 78 years into the ongoing catastrophe, the children of Gaza find themselves facing a strikingly similar fate to that of their grandparents. Gaza's education system and infrastructure have suffered devastating blows and show little sign of recovery. Many teachers have been killed or displaced, and there is a severe shortage of textbooks and teaching materials. According to the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugee, 97% of school buildings in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed, and more than 650,000 children have been unable to attend school normally for nearly 3 years. Hundreds of schools have been repurposed as shelters. Around 246 cases and 65 deaths have been reported, mainly in the gold mining towns of Mongwalu and Rampara, said the African Center of Disease Control and Prevention. Its statement on Friday added that it was convening a meeting with DR Congo, neighboring Uganda and South Sudan, and other international partners to discuss priorities, including response efforts and cross-border surveillance. Ebola was first discovered in 1976 in what is now DR Congo and is thought to have spread from bats. This is the 17th outbreak of the deadly viral disease in the country. It is spread through direct contact with bodily fluids and through broken skin, causing severe bleeding and organ failure. Early symptoms include fever, muscle pain, fatigue, headache, and sore throats, and are followed by vomiting, diarrhea, a rash, and bleeding. There is no proven cure for Ebola. According to the World Health Organization, WHO, the federal fatality rate is around 50%. Preliminary tests conducted at the Institution National de Richard Podme in the capital, Kinshasa, have detected the virus in 13 of 20 samples analyzed following consultation with DR Congo's Ministry of Health and National Public Institutes. Tests are also being carried out to identify the strain of the virus. Of the 65 deaths, 4 were reported among lab-confirmed cases. You're still watching the World News on AIT. We'll go on a short break. We'll be back with more stories.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Many thanks for staying with us. Welcome back from the break. The chairman of the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria, Tony Akiotu, has called for urgent reforms to address challenges facing Nigeria broadcast industry. Akiotu made the call during a meeting with the Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission in Abuja. Discussions focus on economic challenges, digital migration, and responsible broadcasting ahead of the 2027 general election.
Nigeria's tough economy is biting hard on businesses, and the broadcasting industry is not isolated from it. Broadcasters have consistently called for targeted government interventions, particularly since the economy slump of the COVID-19 era. The new chairman of BON, Tony Akiotu, at this meeting with the NBC is doubling down on these issues, which he says threatens information dissemination.
Bring about the needed changes, reforms in the broadcast sector. So I thought the right place to start is to come and meet the Director General and his management team and let them understand that BON will not take a bystander role going forward. We are going to be actively involved.
He also said issues involving BON members who have been unfairly treated or are in court would be revisited. The NBC Director General, in his response, urged the media to remain fair and responsible in its reportage ahead of the 2027 elections, while reassuring stakeholders of continued engagement.
It's where you put a check to it, where you know your words could probably lead to this or that, then you pull it down. You tone it down, you moderate. Air your opinion without raising tension.
The meeting highlighted the need for continuous collaboration among broadcasters and the regulators to address challenges in the sector. Oluwaranti Adaramola, AIT News, Abuja.
And Bauchi State is stepping up efforts to secure schools and provide a safer environment for learning amid rising insecurity. This follows the launch of the Safe Schools Implementation Task Force to protect education institutions across the state.
The Commissioner of Police, Sani Omalore, announced the rollout on Thursday, vowing to deploy all available security resources to shield students and teachers from emerging threats. But the command isn't working in isolation. It wants school administrators and the public to report any suspicious activity immediately to local security agencies. Speaking at the inauguration ceremony in Bauchi, the police commissioner stated that the initiative directly targets security threats like banditry, kidnappings, cultism, and drug abuse.
It is in recognition of these challenges that the Inspector General of Police directed all state commands to strengthen security around schools and educational institutions through proactive policing, interagency collaboration, intelligence-led operations, and active stakeholders' engagement.
Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed, represented by his Chief Security Advisor, retired DIG Sani Mohammed, affirmed that public safety remains the government's top priority.
I want you to move beyond mere rhetoric. Walk the talk. Walk the talk in the sense that doing good professionalism on our part, on the part of government, there is no request you will present, especially when you encounter some difficulty. There is no request we will not project and present to His Excellency.
The newly inaugurated committee members must now pinpoint vulnerable schools, boost intelligence sharing, and build rapid emergency response systems.
Plateau State Governor Caleb Mutfwang says the nation's rising insecurity is a direct threat to Nigeria's sovereignty. He is urging the military to intensify operations and restore lasting peace. The governor spoke while hosting participants of the Senior Course 48 from the Armed Forces Command and Staff College in Jaji. The delegation is in Jos for a strategic study tour of the state.
Governor Mutfwang welcomed the Jaji delegation to the government house with praises for the efforts of the armed forces in defending the nation's territorial integrity. But he's worried over persistent attacks in parts of Plateau State, which he says has severely affected the primary economy of the state, as displaced farmers can no longer access their lands. He is demanding stronger coordinated military actions to break the cycle of violence.
When ordinary farmers cannot go to farm, what you have done is that you have sentenced them to poverty. What you have done is that you have sentenced them to a short life cycle because they no longer have the economic wherewithal to be able to keep their families in good health, with good nutrition, and therefore they are no longer productive members of society.
Delegation leader Commodore Akiumi Oshatuberu acknowledges the problem and says the visit is aimed at studying the factors driving the security challenges, and assures that findings from the tour will provide actionable recommendations to support government's anti-terror efforts.
The students are expected at the end of this to have interrogated how all the stakeholders work together, also to appraise some existing commission-based initiatives of the state they are visiting, and also conduct on-the-spot assessment on things that may happen during their visit that may be relevant to their topic.
The touring delegation includes senior Nigerian military officers and 4 foreign participants from Zambia, Ghana, Guinea, and Tanzania. Walkes Kwakfoot, AIT News, Jos.
Federal Interagency Technical Committee for the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones, SAPZ, has been charged to ensure the SAPZ initiative achieves its goals and objectives without excuses. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Agri, said on Thursday that the committee must provide technical guidance and strategic direction for the program implementation, facilitate effective interagency coordination, collaboration, information sharing, ensure alignment of sectoral policies program and investment with SAPZs, among others.
The program is designed to transform Nigeria's agricultural landscape by moving our country from the export of raw agricultural commodities to agro-industrial processing, value addition, and market-driven agricultural development. The SAPZ initiative seeks to establish integrated agro-industrial hubs with critical infrastructure such as roads, power, water supply, storage facilities, logistics systems, and processing centers located close to areas of high agricultural production.
For the Director, Federal Department of Development Partners Project Adebola Eluromi, the National Program Coordinator SAPZ Kabir Yusuf, the SAPZ program represents one of the most strategic agricultural and economic transformation initiatives of the federal government of Nigeria.
The role of this committee is therefore critical in ensuring effective coordination, policy alignment, and timely resolution of implementation challenges. I strongly believe that our discussions will further strengthen interagency collaboration and advance the collective objective of delivering agricultural transformation and food security for our nation.
These zones are aimed at ensuring agribusiness operates effectively and efficiently through leveraging on policy, common infrastructure, and enabling environment to unlock opportunities of food security, rural poverty reduction, post-harvest reduction, but importantly, contribution of agriculture to the GDP reduction, post-harvest reduction, but importantly, contribution of agriculture to the GDP.
According to them, the program will significantly reduce post-harvest losses and will to improve productivity, attract foreign direct investments in the agriculture sector while creating sustainable jobs for teeming youth and women. While the SAPZ initiative seeks to establish integrated agro-industrial hubs with critical infrastructure, it is also expected that the project would strengthen food security, enhance rural incomes, and stimulate inclusive economic growth across participating states and the nation at large. And now, a sport track. Okay, we'll move on to other stories. Despite the establishment of several laws, policies, and institutions to combat corruption and money laundering, gaps still exist in the enforcement, interagency coordination, and citizen engagement. This is according to a report by the African Network for Environment and Economic Justice, ANIJ, which assessed Nigeria's legal and institutional framework for addressing illicit financial flows. The executive director of ANIJ, David Ugolo, said illicit financial flows continue to undermine governance system, weaken public trust, and limit government capacity to mobilize domestic resources.
This report is not intended to be merely another academic document placed on shelves. Rather, it is designed as a practical resource to support evidence-based advocacy, strengthen civil society and media engagement, and contribute constructively to ongoing government efforts aimed at curbing illicit financial flows in Nigeria.
Continues to lose enormous financial resources needed for national development due to persistent illicit financial flows. The stakeholders are now calling for stronger collaboration, institutional reforms, and greater citizen participation to address the challenge.
Tackling illicit financial flows cannot be achieved by one institution alone. It requires sustained interagency cooperation, collaboration with civil society organizations, international development partners, financial institutions, and the active participation of citizens.
Effective collaboration among law enforcement agencies, regulatory bodies, civil society organizations, the media, financial institutions, and international partners remains essential to building a more accountable and transparent system.
The event also provided a platform for stakeholders to validate the report findings, encourage multi-stakeholder dialogue, identify reform priorities, strengthen institutional collaboration, and build consensus on actionable next step. And that is the world news on AIT. I am Olamide Aroyo. Many thanks for staying with us.
In southwestern Zimbabwe, crops in the mango area have withered away. Even local farmers will be among Zimbabweans who need aid until next year. That includes 42-year-old Singazi Sibanda, a mother of 3 children.
All my crops were burned by the sun. I don't know how we will get to next year and where we will be. The crops died at early stages.
Mangwe is one of the districts in Zimbabwe most affected by drought. Local officials say some people may have to go work in nearby Botswana or in urban areas to survive.
Boreholes have no water. Dams are drying up. There is no grazing grass for animals. Maybe some hay will be brought from other areas to feed the local animals.
Food is being distributed in hard-hit areas. Evelyn Ndlovu is the Minister of Matabeleland South, also in the Mangwe area. She says the government is in touch with international aid agencies to get more help. Officials say the crisis is growing worse in the region due to recurring droughts caused by the El Nino weather pattern.
The crop situation in Zimbabwe is very poor at the moment, and we expect that the number of people who will not have adequate stock from their own production to last them until the next harvest, which would be then by the middle of next year, that number of people who will not be able to meet their food needs over that full period will go up.
Zimbabwe's government says the 2024 grain harvest will yield about 868,000 tons of grain, an alarming 62% drop from last year's total and far below the target that officials had set for this year. Aid groups say they are stepping up efforts to help.
We're focusing on this January to March period, which we have identified is the peak of the lean season. It's the most critical period. But as you're mentioning, it's also important for us to provide additional opportunities so that even throughout the year, people have options and means to support their families and households.
A message that brings some hope to people like Sibanda. Meanwhile, Zimbabwe's information minister says the country is working to ease food insecurity by waiving taxes on the importation of rice, maize, potato seed, cooking oil, and genetically modified maize for stock feed in a bid to lower prices for average Zimbabweans. Columbus Mavunga, VOA News, Mangwe, Zimbabwe.
Welcome to The Defenders, your window into the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. We take you beyond the uniform into the heart of the service. And on the program, we'll be showcasing our achievements under the leadership of our Commandant General, Professor Hamid Abubakar Howdy, MNI OFR. Like you know, our core mandate is protection of all critical national assets and infrastructure. So join me as we show the dedication and discipline of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. I am Baba Wale Afolabi. I'll be right back, and you're going away.
Join us for The Defenders, the show that highlights stronger and more prosperous Nigeria for all.
Merci
Civil Defense Corps has in its mandate, first, protection of critical national assets and infrastructure of the nation. Second, registration, licensing, training, monitoring, and supervision of public security guards in the nation. And third one, disaster mitigation. We are among the frontliners of responding to disaster issues in the country. And therefore, today, this training is very, very central because it relates really what we do and how we respond to disaster mitigation in the country. We're all aware that the regulator and the coordinator of disaster mitigation in the country is NEMA. And therefore, most agencies who are in the first line of response to disaster management in the country are police, road safety, civil defense, fire, and others. No agency can do it alone. We have seen really that we have to come together. If we really want to nip this crisis, we must come together. As you know, that the asymmetric conflicts that we are facing in the country can appear in any form. This training is very, very central, and it is my honor and privilege to address this gathering, the development of disaster management in Nigeria, and the urgent need to strengthen intelligence collaboration to safeguard citizens of the nation. Disasters, whether natural or man-made, have become increasingly frequent and complex in our nation. From floods and building collapse, fire outbreaks, oil spillage, and of course, insurgency-related crises. The impact on lives, property, and national development has been so intense and profound. These challenges demand not only preparedness, but a unified, coordinated, and proactive response system. The Civil Defense Corps, through its disaster management arm, spread across all our formations in Nigeria. You see, the Corps has a very unique and distinct disposition because of our spread. First, we don't live in barracks. Secondly, we are trained by all security agencies, including the Red Cross. The Corps, because of that disposition, plays a very vital role in mitigating the effects of these incidents. This department serves as a frontline mechanism through real-time coordination, disaster management unit, all divisions, agencies of prevention, preparedness, response, and of course, recovery. Its mandate is not only to react to emergencies, but to anticipate risks, educate communities, and strengthen resilience at all levels. It is also important to clearly state that no single agency can effectively manage disaster alone. And that's what I've been saying. And there's a need for us to have the 3 C's conspicuously seen, being put into practice. The collaboration, the cooperation, and of course, coordination. Very, very important. And we have said it times to that number, that no agency has monopoly of any strategy. And we must really come together if we really want to leave the current field that we have as far as conflicts or security is concerned. The complexity of modern emergencies requires synergy amongst all stakeholders, government agencies, security services, emergency responders, private sector actors, non-governmental organizations, and of course, community-based groups. Enhancing interagency collaboration is therefore not optional, it is essential. When agencies work in silos, response efforts are delayed, resources are duplicated, and lives are put at greater risk. But when we collaborate, sharing intelligence, harmonizing strategies, and coordinating operations very well, we create a very stronger, faster, and of course, more effective response as far as disaster mitigation is concerned. To achieve this, we must prioritize the following. 1, effective communication system that allows real-time information sharing among agencies. Very, very central and very challenging. real-time information sharing. And once information has been shared, we're so happy that the Office of the National Security Advisor that coordinates security matters in the nation is now championing the cause to establish a national, well-equipped intelligence function center where all agencies are required to send intelligence. And once the intelligence arrives, there are processes where there will be interpolation, and then analysis, and then interpretation. And it will now be sent back to all agencies for response. And I think once we start doing that, then I think we are going towards the end of finding solutions. Secondly, joint training and simulation exercises will build, the capacity and improve on the experience, and then, work on the synergy we're talking about, between agencies and other stakeholders. So joint training is very central. It will build trust, understanding, and of course, operational synergy, strengthening institutional frameworks and policies that support cooperation rather than competition. Well, we have seen really part of what we experience that has been a stumbling block or as a form of setback is that agencies want to compete. But we know that by establishment and by professionality and capability, every agency should know where it belongs. That this is your capacity, this is your ability. And where you know that you don't have the ability, you call another agency that, of course, it is presumed that they have the way with that, tackle that conflict. Next one is community engagement. Very, very central and very challenging. Community engagement. Community engagement promotes, knowledge in terms of conscientizing community on how to dictate anticipated disaster issues or disaster problems, like flood. If you engage communities in conscientizing them, you know the nature of dumping refuse into waterways, building houses on waterways or near the river bank, where normally if the river overflows and then you go and build houses there. By the time you engage community and begin to conscientize them that they should be very cautious in building houses close to the river bank, and then all that, people will now get the knowledge and they will run away from it. Whenever we have the river overflow, we will not record any disaster issue. So community engagement is very, very central. As local population are often the first responders and critical partners in disaster management. Therefore, the NSCDC remains committed to deepening partnership with all relevant stakeholders. We will continue to invest in capacity building, modern equipment, and of course, strategic framework that enhance our disaster response capabilities. Let me also emphasize that the importance of prevention. Disaster management is not only about responding to crises, it's about reducing risks before they escalate. Through public awareness campaigns, enforcement of safety regulations, and collaboration with environmental and urban planning authorities, we can significantly reduce disaster occurrence. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear participants, the safety of our nation depends on our collective resolve in protecting the civil populace from disaster-related incidents, and this is also a shared responsibility that requires commitment, coordination, and continuous effort. As we deliberate during this training, I urge all participants to actively engage, share knowledge, participate actively to develop actionable strategies that will strengthen our collective response. Let this gathering mark a turning point in how we collaborate and respond to disasters in Nigeria. Together, we can build a safer and more resilient nation.
Security is our collective responsibility. I am Honorable Desmond Elliott. Keep watching The Defenders on this platform by the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. Security is our business. Let's treat it seriously.
The suspect, Nuhuda Amada and Oreme Smart, have allegedly successfully trafficked 5 girls this year for prostitution and have confessed to working with one Vanessa in Ivory Coast, who receives the trafficked victims.
I can't carry Tiri. When they say they want to go, I can't carry the Tiri, can't give her. You can't transport them, go Lagos, go give a sister. And then after that one, I don't know, say, if he don't stop. His sister, I can't get the sister number. He can't give me his sister number. Me and his sister can't talk. His sister can't tell me, say, whether another one day. Now I say, ma check. I go stay ask 2. Then go say yes, then we'll go.
I was doing the job before, so I stopped the work. When I stopped the work, and I told Aero to stop the work, so he did not stop the work. When he continued the work, they catch him, so he now confessed me out.
The public relations officer of the corps, Ifosa Ugbebo, says efforts are being made to apprehend other members of the syndicate.
Investigation has revealed that the syndicate carried out multiple trafficking operations involving 6 female victims, all of whom were forced into prostitution abroad. The arrested suspects have confessed to the crime and will be charged to court accordingly, while efforts are ongoing to apprehend the remaining members of the network.
The command therefore calls on citizens to desist from illegal activities capable of ruining their future.
The State Project Coordinator, Dr. Sani Adimujoro, made this known during the commissioning and handover of facilities provided by ACRISAL for the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps Agro Rangers Unit in Kodom, a multi-developmental government area. Dr. Joro explained that the project was executed on the directive of Governor Muhammad Inuwa Yahya, who emphasized the need to provide all necessary support to strengthen security in Kanao Forest.
Kanao Forest should be among the frontline projects that you are supposed to concentrate on improving. And to the glory of Almighty, His Excellency Muhammad Inuwa Yahya has remained consistent in pursue and follow the seamless implementation of Kanao Forest in terms of restoring it to its olden days glories. So it attracted attention within and outside the country. A lot of students, both undergraduate and postgraduate students with their lecturers are coming here for research. A lot of people are coming here for recreational activities. So that is why, again, when we commenced the implementation of AgriCell, he directed and grant approval expressly and follow up to ensure that we have done all the needful in terms of making this location to be a full-place recreational facility, facilities that will support like the establishment of park.
He said they will continue to give sustained attention to Nasarawa Forest until it becomes a center for research and tourism. In his remark, the commandant of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Gombe State Command, Idris Jibril, expressed appreciation to ACRISAL for the initiative and commended Governor Inuwa Yahya for his political will and consistent support toward the success of the project.
My 1 year in Gombe State, and through the support of ACRISAL and the executive governor of Gombe State, Alhaji Inuwa Yahya, Amajan Gombe, we were able to get this state-of-the-art Agro Rangers base station that will enhance the performance of our officers in the protection of natural endowment in Gombe State.
He assured that the Corps will intensify effort to strengthen security in Kanao Forest. Meanwhile, while presenting the keys of the facility and 2 motorcycles donated to the Nigerian Security Defense Corps, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Environment, Water Resources and Forestry, Mohammed Bello Abubakar, praised the ACRISAL project coordinator for his foresight and commitment. Also speaking, the district head of Kodon, Alhassan Abubakar, acknowledged the numerous developmental contributions of ACRISAL in the area. He pledged the community's support to security agencies, particularly the NSCD, to ensure the protection of the forest and surrounding communities.
Security is the collective responsibility of every citizen. No service has monopoly of any strategy. Now that the 3 C's are conspicuously noticed among security agencies: collaboration, cooperation, and coordination, I'd like to enjoin all security agencies to strengthen this collaboration so that together we can provide safety and security for Nigerians and for Nigeria. My name is Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, OFR MNI, Commandant General, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Please keep watching the defenders.
Agro Ranger is not just about the boots on the ground, but it is about the pace that we provide. The mandate is clear: to protect agro-allied investments, to secure the ranches, to provide safe movements of agricultural goods and products. We mediate between the farmers and the herders in a non-kinetic approach. You apply
Freedom is security. You welcome back on your security program. This is Robert joined the curtain on this week's edition of the program. Remember, when you see something, please say something, and we will definitely do something. This is Robert signing off on this week's edition of the program. Peace, I'm out of here. Bye for now.
At 17 years old, Job Nimbi has never spoken a word. Born with speech and hearing disabilities, Nimbi and others at this Ghana school instead found their voices through photography. Nimbi says he is happy to share his life journey with the world through photos, and he wants to inspire others who live with disabilities. But Nimbi and his peers face significant challenges, including discrimination. Other hurdles are limited training and resources. Ghana's Statistical Service estimates only a fraction of the children with a hearing disability are able to pursue a higher education. Yet, Nimbi remains resolute.
So now, what I'm learning and focusing on is to become a doctor.
Photography was introduced to the Savalugu School for the Deaf by Geoffrey Buta. The award-winning photojournalist is on a campaign to amplify marginalized voices through visual storytelling. His project, Photo for Change, has one focus.
Train people, assist people to tell their own story in the community they find themselves, and as well as using photography or visuals to address societal issues.
Buta's Photo Club offers classes on photojournalism. In less than a year, students can take professional quality pictures by themselves and write captions.
So with the power of photography, they can tell stories around them. They can become visual journalists in the future. They can become broadcasters.
The teachers also benefit, with the club providing easy access to visual learning materials.
You have seen a picture somewhere that has connection with what you are going to deliver, the lesson you're going to deliver. And so you use the camera to take that photo, bring it to the class, and then show it to the children. Then you can develop your lesson from there.
Buta plans to expand his project to 10 more schools in Ghana and create exhibitions to showcase students' work. Other plans include setting up internship with media outlets. And in the long term, he wants to inspire a generation of students with disabilities to become award-winning photojournalists. Sana Nutod, VOA News, Savalugu, Ghana.
Hello and welcome. And I know that you're wondering where I am this really interesting evening. But first, let me welcome you to Gender Agenda, your policy literacy program. We often bridge the gap between women and their stakeholders, especially in the policy decision-making sector. My name is Dora Sydney Jack, and today's show promises to be quite exciting. And the reason is that here in Nigeria, of course in West Africa, Nigeria is gearing on for, of course, 2027 elections, but the heat has started and the game is on. With primaries a few weeks away, people have picked up their nomination forms and the energy is quite infectious. But the question is, how many women are going to be on the ballot? What are parties doing to make sure that women's political rights are not misplaced in all of the calculations within the boys' club? How are we going to also see more women encouraged by parties and party delegates, and especially those who are at the helm of affairs in the parties, like the women leader? What is the state governor doing to position women's voices across board? And that's exactly what we will be talking about today. Today's program is going to be focused on the 2027 elections, women in inclusive governance and political participation. I won't let the cat out of the bag yet. I'll let you meet my guests, but that will be after this short break. Stay with us. All right, so welcome back. Today's show, I'm bringing to you a woman who is remarkable, dogged, a woman who, when she was inaugurated, said, well, yes, women are hardworking and we will take APC to the next level in the state. And I'm not talking about anybody else than Lady Patricia Betty Okwebo Benson, the APC party woman leader in Edo State. You're welcome. It's great to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Well done. And well done on all the work that you're doing at the state level and across board, especially for women from Edo and young women for that matter and youth. Let me start first, Ma. When we talk about, of course, 2027 election is around the corner. The energy is high. You know, the contest has begun. But let's first of all ask, how is the party APC in your state positioning women to actually come out to run in the 2027 elections?
Well, I'll tell you that Edo State APC were in order. And thank God that we have a governor who is gender friendly. And when we talk about young ladies, women in the party, positions, Edo State governor is doing very well. I can tell you that for some time before now, we didn't actually have women in elective position. But he had done so well, giving us commissioners, DGs, in agency, chairmen. And when it comes to this new, exactly what's going on right now, the primaries, he has given us about 3 women. And before now, we had only 2 women in House of Assembly. And he has stepped it up to 3. And by the grace of God, we are still praying that before primary, give us the 4th woman. And I believe he's going to do that because I know he's
antecedents. All right. So a lot of times women will argue that, you know, and not just in Edo State, across board, that the biggest barriers that they face in politics is financial limitation. You know, that oftentimes they don't have as much money bags as the men do in politics. What is, you know, the real picture of things? Do you think it's just finance or empowerment for women?
Well, you know, the women, some women are very bold. They are bold, but the finance is not there. Even when they have the finance, the men seem to try to intimidate the women a lot. Oh, they know that women do a lot of mobilization. They're always there on the feed. They were the one to talk to people, join my party, vote for me, my children, the husband. But when a woman, we need women to support women. And the men are afraid that when women support women, they can't be there. The men won't go there. But the women have not been able to actually sit down, talk to themselves, that we need to support our fellow women. They prefer to go after the men. They run after the men, call them leaders. A man that is just maybe a leader in the local government, and you see a leader in the local government, and the commissioner, a woman commissioner, is standing before you, you will not appreciate the woman commissioner. You will run after the man just because of 2,000, 5,000. When you shout, oh, leader, my leader, my leader, and the man will put hand in the pocket and give maybe 2,000, 5,000 for transport. Meanwhile, when you follow a woman, the woman will be able to empower you. The women go out to speak to people to empower fellow women. The men will never do that. The Commissioner for Women Affairs, the Commissioner for Humanitarian, every empowerment they do is for the women and the youth. I've never seen any commissioner that will come out tomorrow and say, let me empower the women. No, it won't happen. But the men fail to recognize the women, the power of a woman in politics. And we women also don't want to understand that when we support a fellow woman, you are building a nation, a stronger nation.
Absolutely.
So it's unfortunate we keep doing this and we keep trying to tell them that let's support a woman. And by the time you go to tell them support a woman, one leader will come up from that place and say, are you telling the women to be fighting us? No, that's not true. Nobody's fighting nobody. Support a fellow woman. So that you, as a woman, can go there and knock on that woman's door anytime, any day, and said, I voted for you. I worked for you. This is my problem. If you go to another man's place, a house of assembly, house of rep, by the time you knock on the door, the wife will first of all say, whom are you looking for? my husband is sleeping. It's unfortunate.
Wow, that's quite an unveiling.
For my governor, I can speak for my governor. He's gender friendly. He's working with the women. He's with the women 24/7, 100%. And it was one person that will call upon me anytime to say, woman leader, what do you want for the women? I saw your paper on my table. There's empowerment. You want to have a program, you want to have an empowerment for women. Let's discuss it, and he'll give me an appointment, and he meet up to it. He has never disappointed me when it comes to women. Asking for position for women. Never.
Let me ask you, what inspired you to join politics?
Well, my father is a politician. I've known my father to be in politics all my life, since I was born. And he was one-time chairman. He was in local government. And I'm a lion too. So I like to give.
Of course, a lion gets a lion.
Yes. I like to give to the community. I love people around me. And I also want to make sure that if you don't have, tell me the way I can assist you. If God has blessed me, I need to bless others. I don't have so much, but I know I can also give to the poor. I started giving at the age of 20 after my secondary school. And I was working with my father. He had a cool room. And I know that those days we used to take something from the cool room.
Without his knowledge?
We used to take fish and go and sell in the market. And I didn't know, as a child, I didn't know. I used to dash a lot. Come, go give your mama, let her cook for you. Go give your mama, let cook for you, you know. I had this, it's been in me, and it's something I cherish to do. And that's one of the things that led me to join Lions. Because in Lionism, when you are doing that charity, you feel fulfilled. And you look at people, like when you go to your job, your monthly assignments, you look at people and say, oh God, thank you. I can as well give to these people, as little as this. I have given scholarship to a lot of people, a lot. I can't even count how many. When I was in school, I tell you this is God honest truth. I used to my school fees to pay for my schoolmates. I know that the principal will never drive me for school fees.
I see.
I have a friend called Lizzie Okudowa. He loves both parents. So I tell, when we resumed, she couldn't come back to school. So I went to her house in the village, and she told me she cannot pay school fees. I said, come, I'll pay for you. He gave me my school fees, and I paid the whole school fees for her. So when my father asked me, I said, oh, I use this to buy girls' guide uniform, badge. I bought berets. I bought sandals. Oh, this. You know, that's me.
Okay.
That was when I was in secondary school. So giving has always been part of me.
Now and now you are at the center where giving is the giving.
Yes.
You know, as woman leader.
As a woman leader, giving is the order of the day. They don't even want to know if you don't have. Once I open my door in the village, 2 minutes, my gate is full. Now with voters card, now your party they vote for. But I don't blame them. It's the society and the leaders, the so-called leaders we call leaders. If you are empowered, are you not supposed to look after the people around you?
And their welfare.
But they don't do that.
But how is Edo State with that? How is, I mean, talking about welfare people, talking about politics, you've talked about his representation in terms of how gender friendly he is. This shine agenda, at the state level, we've also seen it in the national parlance. What really is that about? I mean, is it a slogan or a movement?
Shine agenda is not just a movement. Shine agenda, we're talking about turning Edo State's face to another level. Edo State right now, as we speak, is a construction site. When it comes to construction, schools, health center, roads is part of Shine agenda. It used to take me about six hours to get to my village. As we speak now, I can leave my house. In 1 hour, I'll be in my village in my other house.
In 1 hour?
Yes.
From 6 hours
to
1 hour.
That's the Shine agenda.
I see. Talking about standards, because when I heard of Shine agenda, what came to my mind is let the women shine, usually. But I want to also believe that all of this development are also, tilted towards inclusive governance,
Yes.
where you have women and young girls and even women and persons with disability in those environments, actually also benefiting from some of these dividends. Now, as the woman leader of APC in Edo State, 2027 is coming. Are you confident that you would have some women who will emerge at this election? Are you confident that the state, with what it is doing in private practice and appointive positions, would replicate it in elective positions?
100%. First of all, we have chairmen, female chairmen.
Okay.
We have female vice chairmen. We have female secretaries. Local government, which we never had.
Okay.
And we have female appointees. We talk about Sube. Well, the chairman of Sube is a young girl. She's doing very well. Technical is a young girl. She's doing very well. The technical board. Then we talk about the education. The PAMSEC, they are doing very well. Talk about health center. The commissioner is doing very well. You mentioned people living with disability. You just mentioned just now. And the commissioner for health, he is very passionate about people living with disability. They've had 1 program, 2 programs about people living with disability, the awareness, people with Down syndrome. And if the commissioner is doing well, he must have the backing of the governor.
So with all of this that you have enumerated to me, what I get the sense of it is that come the elections, that this will also be replicated and that women will also emerge for elective positions.
Very well. Because when we say women, right now, for a very long time, we didn't have women in these positions.
Okay.
For a very long time, we didn't have them as vice chairman, as chairman, secretaries, we didn't have them. But now that we have them, we know that we can also run to them, we the women can run to them. So now, we have to tell the women talk to women understand. You vote a woman, you are voting a nation. So now that the women is aware also that they are not being forgotten, like I tell the women, if they can't vote for you, they can vote for your daughter.
Absolutely.
Don't say, oh, what do I get from it? I'm not contesting tomorrow. Please, don't say that. You go and educate your daughter. Tell your daughter, come out, I will support you. I'll be supporting other people. My friends, my political friends will also support me to vote for you.
Absolutely.
So I beg the women, go back home, talk to your daughter, let them come out. It's not just, first we talk about financial restraint. No.
I'm talking about mental.
If you don't come out, if you don't show yourself, oh, I'm interested, where is the finance coming from? The finance will only come when you are out there. Let us know now you are out. I'll tell you this. There's a local government I was asked to bring out a woman as vice. I couldn't get a woman.
You couldn't get a woman?
No.
Is it that there was no qualified woman? Or woman?
Nobody is interested.
There was no interest?
No interest.
So it's not just a case of women not being able to get finance. It's women being available.
Not being available,
for some
yes.
role.
Yeah.
I see. So as woman leader for the APC in Edo State, and this will be my final question, is there any intention to also train? Perhaps they lack the political literacy.
That's the awareness we are.
Yes. Is there an opportunity to train these women, to mentor them, and to ask them young to come into politics ahead of time?
Well, that's my next assignment. As we speak, I have a conference which I want to do, whereby I'm going to ask all the local government women leaders to give me five young girls.
Okay.
First degree, HND, OND, NCE. I need them to come out so that we'll get somebody like the former deputy speaker of Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Dr. Mrs. Edeko, will be able to talk to them, to lecture them.
That's mentorship, yes.
Let them to mentor them, let them know that politics is not only for the men, that you, as a young girl, you can do it. So I thought we'll start to do this. Five girls from each local government. That's going to give us about 90 girls, young ladies. I thought we'll start to mentor them, talk to them, mentor them, support them. If there's any position, we'll give it to them. We have 3 ladies going to House of Assembly this time by the grace of God. And I'm going to speak with them that they should pick these girls, let them be their mentor, so that next time it won't be this difficult
to find girls.
I tell you, the one from Ego, the governor picked her. The governor picked her by himself. There's a young girl of about 30 or 20 something. But for the fact she was bold to come out, the governor picked her and he gave her money. That's an encouragement. There's some session that we didn't have women coming out at all. No, nobody. So we also need to talk to our children, especially the girls, to also help us in these aspects of politics. So if they come out, we are ready to support them. We are ready to mentor them. It's not just money.
Absolutely.
It's not just money, but we need them to come out. Let us see them on the feed. It's not just clapping and dancing.
And social media.
And social media, taking pictures, posting pictures, Facebook and all that. So we need them.
That's also a skill.
We need them to come out so that we can support them, so that we can mentor them. In a few years, people like me will be out of politics. I can only stay at the back and say, I did this, I did this, I did this. I mentored a lot of ladies. It's not just mentor, put them in position.
And empower them.
And empower them. So that they too can empower other people. You know, it's a baton, you pass it over from one to another. The God that saves Edo State is that we have governor who is gender friendly.
All right, I think that's a great place to let it rest because honestly, I could go on and on and on with this conversation. And I think one thing is clear, and I hear three, conversation lines there ringing in my head. One is the fact that there needs to be an increase in awareness creation right from the home to encourage young girls to get into politics. And charity begins at home, like she has said here. It starts from there. And also girls should be able to understand that men alone cannot be politicians. And politicians doesn't mean that you must have all the money. It means that you have to be ready and you must come out. And I think finally for me would be the fact that she says the new agenda in Edo State, which is the Shine
agenda.
Yes, it's all inclusive. It's not just for one sector.
No.
Both men and women will shine and the state will be better for it. And ahead of the 2027 elections, we wish you good luck with all your interventions and we hope that the best women win. I don't know about the men, but
all the women will win.
All the women will win that get positions. Thank you. I've been talking to Lady Patricia Betty Okobo Benson, and it's been fantastic hearing her speak. High inspiration to join politics, and like they say, daddy's girl is a daddy's girl, and I could see that right from the interview. So thank you so much for joining me today.
God bless you,
and all the best ahead.
God bless you.
All right, that's where we take a wrap on today's show. My name is Adora Sidney Jack, and as we get on into the primaries, please remember that this time around, like I said, we're still waiting for the passage of the reserve bill by the 10th Parliament. Yet again, young women, go out and run, pick up your tickets, and I dare you to say that the best girl, like she said, all the women will come out victorious at the end. See you again next week. Goodbye for now.
At Chabindu camp outside Goma, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, has set up tents where dozens of displaced persons are being processed. They can also participate in listening sessions with psychologists. Rose has been receiving care for depression. She blames the war for her mental state, but says her journey to recovery has begun.
When someone flees war, they are very disturbed, and that was my case too. But here we have been taught how to forget everything we've left behind and how to calm our thoughts.
Rose is not alone. According to MSF, living in camps around Goma is a challenging environment for the hundreds of thousands of displaced people, especially women. Every day, medical staff say about 70 female survivors of sexual assault visit the 6 MSF health facilities in camps near Goma. Faustin Hakizimana is the head of Bulengo camp. He says the need for psychosocial support is more urgent than ever.
When we looked into the real problem, we found out that many have been disturbed by the horrors of war and others have been raped when they look for wood in the forests, which is why so many women here suffer of mental illness.
Gerlas Mulekia, a clinical psychologist with Médecins Sans Frontières at the Lushagala camp, says more help is needed.
Most of the people we see show signs of anxiety and post-traumatic problems. We run 3 group sessions a day, and each group is made up of 10 people, for a total of 30 people a day. If it goes on like this, we'll need to expand the activities to try and meet as many of the needs as possible.
Psychosocial care is available to both genders, but officials say most of the people taking advantage of the services are women whose mental health challenges are impacting their ability to care for their children. Zanem Netizaidi, VOA News, Goma.
we are saying this peacefully. Please go to your country. 30 June is the deadline, but it's not like you must leave on the 30th of June. Yes. Don't leave on the 30th of June. Leave now, because the 30th of June, I can't control people of South Africa.
The dust is not settling on the situation in South Africa involving foreigners, as that incident in a part of Johannesburg shows in that clip. I'll play the full clip in the course of the program. Welcome to Global Matters. I am Shola Jaisime. It's the third straight edition of the program in which we're looking at the issues with regards to xenophobia in South Africa. This is even as the South African authorities have condemned what occurred, and just a couple of days ago, on Thursday, last week actually, the South African cabinet minister said that what we're actually seeing are doctored footages, doctored clips of the situation in that country. Interesting. Well, the fact is that some community activists are threatening non-South Africans to leave their country, as that clip shows. Now, let me play the full clip, and my guest and I will get into this conversation around what's happening in South Africa and non-South Africans.
Where? Huh? DRC. So what are you doing here? Because we've been calling for you guys to leave the country. Why are you still here?
I was not to school for children.
No, my brother. No. Please, respect what we are saying, and don't try and oppose what we are doing. Don't listen to the government, don't listen to the police, don't listen to anyone. Just listen to us. We are saying this peacefully. Please go to your country. 30 June is the deadline, but it's not like you must leave on the 30th of June. Yes. Don't leave on the 30th of June. Leave now, because the 30th of June, I can't control people of South Africa. All right, let's do the right thing. Respect our country, respect us. No, wait.
You sit down here.
Yeah. What were you doing here?
No, I have a business here, so I'll go to school here. So they're going to have a trip, so I'll go to take something.
So who's this?
He's a boy, I know he's staying in Pretoria.
Yeah, so why is he running away?
I don't know.
Why are you running away?
I'm scared.
Why?
Oh, I'm scared.
Do you know we started do you know we started this thing in January, and we've been asking you guys to leave the country because we want to sort out our things in town. Why are you still staying in town? Well, because we've been begging for 6 months. We've been begging you guys to leave South Africa. Why are you still here? And then when you see us, you are running. So you are running. Where are you coming from?
I'm from
Uganda. So as you were running to Uganda. Where were you running to? Don't do this. No problem. The fight is not about you. The fight is about correcting the systems and fixing our country. So we don't want to have a problem with you. Just please go.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And what are you doing here in town?
Just cooking food.
Phones.
Cooking food.
No, you can't leave your country to come and cook food here. It's not right. Constitutionally, you can't do that. Constitution doesn't allow that. Only South Africans must cook food. Please go home. Now Baba still in Hambe, and I'm coming back on Tuesday again. I don't want to see any foreign. Please.
So those are two non-South Africans there being quizzed by a community activist. He was asking the other one, like you heard there, when he was apprehended and brought down, he was asking him that as he was running off, that was he running back to Uganda. Hilarious spot, serious issues. Chris Anyanwu is Executive Director of the Global Advocacy for African Affairs. So Chris, before we get into the issue around that clip, let me play you one other clip. It's of a Nigerian who stood up to some persons who harassed him at a public facility, also in Johannesburg.
I'm not going out. No. Please. I'm paying tax in this country. For which country? This country for 21 years. Okay. My business registration is 20 to honor paying taxes. Yeah, so why are you telling me not to be here? Why? Why are you telling me? Yeah? I'm a South African. I got my ID with me. I can't walk out. I can't walk out. Do your work. Yeah. I can't. Hello? Yeah, hello. South Africa got 100 and something companies in Nigeria. 100. They are using our hospital. You don't talk rubbish. They are using it for free. What I pay? Yeah. Sorry. What kind of stupid, wicked people are here? Killing people in the hospital. It's very bad. This your attitude is bad. You are killing people. No country in this world do they do that kind of rubbish you are doing. It's wickedness. Maybe you are from Mozambique or Zimbabwe. You come here claim South Africa. You are forefathers from Mozambique or Zimbabwe. You come here and claim South Africa. Killing people. You think you are fighting for right. That is not your right. You're just stupid. It's not your right.
Can you please calm down?
Touch me now. I'll finish you here now. I'm serious. Touch me. Touch me. Seriously, no, what they are doing is bad.
A Nigerian there standing up to some South Africans who came around him and were asking him to get out of a public facility. So we can see the divergent perspectives. Some are quite calm when they are encountered by some activists who say, get out of our country, and some are standing up for their rights. The two gentlemen you saw in the first video, a Ugandan and someone from the DRC, that was the first person who was approached. He was approached, and as we can see, it's becoming something quite interesting. This is the third time we're bringing this issue to the program consecutively. We did that the previous week, we did that last week, and we're doing the same thing again. It's because it's so important. AIT, African Independent Television, what's the philosophy? To look at Africa, to ensure that we look at these things that bond us together as Africans, as those two flags show. And you see the presidents of the two countries, Cyril Ramaphosa and President Bola Tinubu, they are all smiles. This was at a summit in 2024. But I don't know whether those smiles are still there at the moment, because things are very, very, very interesting between the two countries. Let me bring Chris into the conversation immediately so that we can start looking at issues. Chris, you run the Global Advocacy for African Affairs. What's your take about what's happening in Africa, in South Africa, to non-South Africans who are Africans?
Thank you very much, Shola. What is happening in South Africa is actually very unfortunate. Surprisingly, it's not new. Xenophobia in South Africa dates back to 1994. And I think 2008 was about the climax when about 62 people, lost their lives, majority of whom are, immigrants. So, but what is actually surprising is what looks like the inability of the South African government to actually do something about what is going on. I mean, this is sheer criminality. This is lawlessness. This is a pointer to a state that is about to fail. And I believe the government is benefiting from, the government of South Africa is benefiting from it because...
Why do you say that?
And I will tell you.
Why did you say that?
Well, I will tell you, Shola. You see, the South African government has failed its citizens. And the citizens are meting out their angers to the wrong persons. They are talking about their jobs being taken away. They are talking about insecurity in the country. They are talking about people enjoying what they are supposed to enjoy in South Africa. Why do you blame the people for all of that? I mean, presently in South Africa, unemployment is about 43%, over 43%. Is that, is citizens the reason why unemployment is that high?
You mean immigrants?
Immigrants, are they the reasons why such unemployment figure is so high?
Yeah, but the South Africans are saying, look, you these non-immigrants, you these immigrants, you're taking our jobs. And the accusation against non-nationals is that when they come in, probably a job that could be done for, let's say, 40 rand per hour, an immigrant will say, okay, give me 10, give me 15, I'll get it done.
Shola, unemployment everywhere in the world is a symptom of a struggling economy. It has nothing to, I mean, it's on record that United States of America has the highest number of immigrants, particularly from Africans. I mean, nobody has blamed immigrants for unemployment. Is a fair symptom of a struggling economy and the fact that the government is not doing what it's supposed to do. The figures are not adding up. It is not the duty of immigrants to make South Africa work. South Africa is suffering. There's a problem of insecurity. There's a problem of unemployment, as they keep, touting all over the place. These are the problems that they should confront their government with, and leave the poor immigrants alone. And to even make matter worse, Shola, it reminds all of us how people can forget so easily. South Africa is one country that enjoyed a comprehensive solidarity from every part of Africa. I mean, especially Nigeria and the Ghana that all of a sudden became their enemy right now. I mean, and it's unfortunate that most of the younger ones that are doing all these things have lost touch with history. And I believe South Africa should actually intervene to let the world know that they are in charge. The government is not doing well. And that was why I said they are the biggest beneficiary of what is going on in South Africa. Because their people are exonerating them from the problem that they created in the system, and then taking the anger to the very wrong persons. So, I mean, people should sit up. South Africa should sit up. It is a sheer lawlessness that is going on in South Africa. I mean, criminality. What? People looting people's goods and services, killing people unperturbed, unchallenged. This is sheer criminality. And the South African government seems to be, to do what they are supposed to do as a government. Somebody is in charge. Somebody should brace up to his responsibility. It's actually so annoying that, we are seeing all these things in a place like South Africa. A place that, erasing every legacy that Nelson Mandela has put in place. A place that is supposed to stand, as an example in Africa. That is where we are seeing all this mess going on and everything. South Africa the leadership and the government of South Africa must sit up. This is really getting out of hand. And I think the governments across Africa are actually not doing enough.
But if you recall, Christian, Ghana not only signified its intention to bring over 3 of its citizens back home a couple of days ago. Nigeria had done so earlier. It got about 130 persons who said, we want to come back to Nigeria. Ghana went further by reporting the matter to the African Union Commission on Human Rights. Nigeria has not gone to that level, but Nigeria has summoned the acting South African High Commissioner to Nigeria. And when you know what summons means in diplomatic parlance, it means we're not happy what's happening. Do you think President Tinubu and his newly appointed, nominated ambassador to South Africa, Femi Fani Kayode, do you think Mr. Fani Kayode can get there and try and resolve all of this, or is it that we'll continue to have a situation where, look, all of you, like that man said, he said, I am not just a South African. He said, I am a South African. I'm a Nigerian. I'm not just a Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian with South African citizenship. There's nothing you can do to me. That was what that man said. How are we going to resolve all of this?
You see, like I said during my intro, these problems, transcends Tinubu. It transcends Tinubu's government.
But we saw him and Ramaphosa smiling cozily in that picture at Old Summit.
We've been having these issues right from 1994, 2008, 2015, 2018, even 2019, and it's been going on. So, and I think this should go beyond the newly posted ambassador. There's what is called retaliatory diplomacy.
Reciprocity.
Yes. And it encompasses, you just mentioned one of them, it encompasses the reciprocity you just mentioned. You can respond economically, tit for tat. You can respond in so many ways.
Our senator said so, but the Senate president said, look, we will send a delegation to Pretoria.
It has gotten to,
Cape Town, rather.
It has actually gotten to that stage where retaliatory diplomacy has to be activated. Because it does seem that there's no end in sight. the South African government is not doing enough. As a matter of fact, like I keep saying, they are the biggest beneficiary of what is happening in South Africa. And there are also the place of some of the politicians in South Africa who are pandering around populist sentiments. These people should be called to order. Countries should begin to, look, countries should begin to respond in like terms. That's the only language that I feel South Africa can understand at this stage. You have South African citizens in so many other countries, in Africa even. And no country can actually survive alone. Somebody made, one of the senators the other time, I was listening to one of the senators, saying something about Ramaphosa having an interest in DSTV and all those things. Look, they should activate retaliatory diplomacy.
But what many do not know as we speak.
One interesting thing, let me just say this. I was listening to a trending video this morning shared by the second richest man here, Mr. Rabiu.
Abu Samad
Rabiu. That from some few months ago, he was at the airport.
Last year?
Yes. And then he was unaware that his visa had expired by just one day. And then he was delayed for about 4 hours. And then while sitting and waiting for the whole thing to be resolved, he was seeing about 3 international flights arrived at the airport, and all of them was getting free, seamless, undisturbed entry into South Africa.
But does Mr. Abdul Samad Rabiu's visa expiry scenario, does that mean the South Africans should waive it and allow him get into South Africa if his visa had expired a day before? Will he get an entry in Europe if his visa had expired a day before he arrived?
The point I'm making, Shola, is that Africa must do better. You see, there is a protocol
Sorry, when you say better, if Mr. Samad gets to Johannesburg, which is the entry point for international flights, his visa expired yesterday, he got in today. Should they allow, Shola, should the immigration allow him to enter South Africa?
Here is my point, Shola. This has nothing
so that we do not just,
this has nothing to do with Mr. Sam. I'm talking about a larger problem in Africa. Africa, there is a protocol on free movement of people on the table that has never been ratified.
That's the point.
Good. So these are part of the problems we are having around here. And I think AU should do more. Our leaders must do more. Shola, you visit Europe. You see what happened in Europe. You know, from one country to another. In fact, I was so embarrassed one day. I was moving from France to Vienna, my very first time. And I stopped at the airport and I was looking at the immigration. I forgot myself completely. Only for someone to tap my back and say, look, you are in Europe. Didn't you just arrive from Paris? And I was so, that was when I realized. So
you woke up?
Yes. That was when I realized what I was doing.
Why did you sleep off?
Because I'm coming from a place where such thing never happens. So we should begin to put our house in order. The issue of the second richest man in Africa, suffering. I mean, this is a man that has invested in almost all parts of Africa.
But my point, when we raise the issue of Mr. Rabiu, sorry, sir. My point when we raise the issue of Mr. Rabiu, who said this just yesterday at the African CEOs Forum holding in Kigali, you work with the Rwandans. They have a policy on visa on arrival and all of that. So probably are we going to be pushing towards asking South Africa, look, visa on arrival. And remember, South Africa introduced this policy when Ramaphosa and President Tinubu met in 2024. They had the National Commission. A lot of goodies came out from that, and they spoke about it. So I am thinking we should not use what happened to Mr. Samad. If your visa has expired, should you be allowed entry into another country?
So that we don't waste so much
time. No, I'm stressing this so that we don't ride on nationalistic sentiment.
Yeah, absolutely, you're correct. Nobody should allow you entry if you don't have the proper documentation. It is the standard everywhere in the world. But my point is that our leaders have got to do more. There are a lot of work on the tables of our leaders. And this is part of the problems we are also suffering in South Africa. I just mentioned to you that part of the trade agreement on the table, African Continental Free Trade Agreement, is this that the lying fellow that has not been ratified. That has not been ratified. So our leaders should begin to work on what is happening in South Africa. Look, I call it criminality. That is what it is. How do you
wake up? And that's exactly what Ramaphosa has called it. His predecessors
Ramaphosa is playing to the gallery. He should wake up and do more. Ramaphosa is not doing a lot. People wake up in the morning. We just watched that video. People taking laws into their hand. I mean, this is the sign of a failing state. Going to loot people's property, taking laws into their hands. In 2008, 60-something people were killed. Up to today, they've not gotten justice. This has been a real
of that 60-something people who were killed, 28 were actually South African.
Yes, I said majority were immigrants. I said that. So, but they need to get justice. And because nobody has, we are not aware that anybody has been punished. That is why these things keep repeating. So this is 2026. Yeah. We are talking about since 1994. This is 2026. So this is beyond the ambassador you just mentioned that is in South Africa. This is government. This is countries must sit up and agree that, look, if this should continue, so things, and part of my recommendation, like I said, must be retaliatory diplomacy, which encompasses a lot of things.
With the look on Mr. Fani Kayode's face in that clip, which my production colleague put up there, I know he may not be going there to bite immediately in Pretoria, but Mr. Fani Kayode, I'm sure, will be going there to tell the South African Foreign Ministry, International Cooperation, as it's called, that, look, you need to get something done, South African authorities, so that you can simmer on all of this. Your parting shot on this. We've been talking about this in the last 3 weeks. Your parting shot. And my hope is that next week's edition, we will have moved on to something else. But because it's a center point of African Independent Television's philosophy, to look at Africa, that's why we've been on it. Your closing shot.
This is a stand on the African solidarity that even our forefathers have been preaching for years. I mean, this got to stop. It is one thing. It is one crime too many, and this is not insurmountable. The government of South Africa must wake up. Like I said, if
the Nigerian government should not wake up.
No. It's happening in South Africa, not in Nigeria.
No, but like you said,
yes.
I also mentioned, and we all know, Nigeria summoned the acting High Commissioner. Is that how it should end?
Shola, the duty of every government first is to protect lives and property. South Africa is not doing that. People are dying. People are losing their livelihood. First, the responsibility is on the doorstep of South Africa to do something. When they keep failing, there are other countries whose citizens are victims can retaliate in several ways. And I've just made few suggestions here. So, first of all, South Africa must, as a matter of priority, wake up. This is not politics. This is a very dirty politics. And the people that have been, shouldered, the people that have been covered, I've had some of the, politicians in South Africa and public servants in South Africa, supporting this, calling people to attack people and all those things. Those people must be arrested. Those people must be shown. You should stop scapegoating the innocent people who have come to earn livelihood innocently, obeying your laws, paying their taxes. Go to where the problem is. Scapegoat your leaders so that the people causing problems. They are not giving you jobs. They are not giving you security. They are not doing anything for you. And you are scapegoating the wrong people. You are fighting the wrong people.
And the foreigners who are also engaged in criminal activities should be made to answer questions of the law.
There is criminality everywhere. Wherever there is criminality, the law must take its course. Okay. But you don't just make out things that people have no business to do on innocent people. So that's just first criminality, bring them to book and everything. But first and most importantly, the South African government must sit up.
Chris Anyanwu, the Executive Director of the Global Advocacy for African Affairs, your thoughts on this issue of the xenophobic issues in South Africa. Thank you for coming on the program.
Thank you, Shola.
And I appreciate you for watching as well. It's something we've been trending on because of its importance. Africans must unite. Those are the kind of songs we've heard some of those who have done albums and all of that tell us that we need to unite. Let the unity flow. I am Shola Jaisimi. I thank you for watching this edition of Global Matters. Have a lovely evening.
At Shabindu camp outside Goma, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, has set up tents where dozens of displaced persons are being processed. They can also participate in listening sessions with psychologists. Rose has been receiving care for depression. She blames the war for her mental state, but says her journey to recovery has begun.
When someone flees war, they are very disturbed, and that was my case too. But here we have been taught how to forget everything we've left behind and how to calm our thoughts.
Rose is not alone. According to MSF, living in camps around Goma is a challenging environment for the hundreds of thousands of displaced people, especially women. Every day, medical staff say about 70 female survivors of sexual assault visit the 6 MSF health facilities in camps near Goma. Faustin Hakizimana is the head of Bulengo camp. He says the need for psychosocial support is more urgent than ever.
When we looked into the real problem, we found out that many have been disturbed by the horrors of war and others have been raped when they look for wood in the forests, which is why so many women here suffer of mental illness.
Gerlas Mulekia, a clinical psychologist with Médecins Sans Frontières at the Lushagala camp, says more help is needed.
Most of the people we see show signs of anxiety and post-traumatic problems. We run 3 group sessions a day, and each group is made up of 10 people, for a total of 30 people a day. If it goes on like this, we'll need to expand the activities to try and meet as many of the needs as possible.
Psychosocial care is available to both genders, but officials say most of the people taking advantage of the services are women whose mental health challenges are impacting their ability to care for their children. Zanem Netizaidi, VOA News, Goma.
19-year-old Hussein Abdurrahman comes to this butcher shop every day to buy 8 to 10 kilograms of meat for Mogadishu's stray animals.
He is such a kind person. It's wonderful to show compassion and kindness to those who cannot afford it. He deserves support for this initiative.
Nearly 70% of Somalis live in poverty, making it challenging for many to afford food for their families, let alone for their pets. So Abdurrahman is filling that gap.
My goal is simple: to spread love and kindness throughout society. It's not just about animals, it's about reaching every corner of our community, from humans to animals, with compassion.
There are no official numbers for the stray animals roaming the streets of Mogadishu, but they are part of the urban scenery. Feeding the animals demand both time and money. Abdurrahman, who works at a commodity shop, dedicates a significant portion of his modest income to this cause. He learned his compassion from his grandfather, who also fed stray animals.
When you spend your money on good things, surely you will get back more, and your good deeds are already recorded by the angels.
Each day, Abdurrahman feeds 20 dogs and 30 cats along with some birds. The animals recognize him and rush to him. And every day, he has a crowd of human admirers.
If all Somalis were like him, we would live in a better country. I encourage everyone in the neighborhood and in Somalia in general to support people like Abdurrahman because they spread love and kindness.
Somalia lacks an effective animal organization dedicated to the needs of stray animals, and the country lacks robust policies to protect them. Abdurrahman, a proud dad to 3 cats, aims to address this issue by creating an organization to support stray animals and extend his efforts nationwide. Jamal Ahmed Usman, VOA News, Mogadishu, Somalia.
United States and China end superpower summits as Donald Trump says China has offered to help open the Strait of Hormuz. Russia and Ukraine exchanged 205 prisoners of war each. And Palestinians in Gaza observe 78th Nakba Day with children deprived of education. This is the World News on AIT. I am Olamide Ario. Welcome. United States President Donald Trump said on Friday that he had made fantastic trade deals with China's Xi Jinping as the pair ended a superpower summit that, according to the U.S. leader, has also reaped a Chinese offer to help open the Strait of Hormuz. Trump had arrived in Beijing seeking to seal accords in sectors including agriculture, aviation, and artificial intelligence, as well as to contain differences between the two sides in a number of tense geostrategic areas, not least the Middle East war.
Trump's overtures to Xi, whom he described as a great leader and a friend, were met with more muted tones by the Chinese president. But the U.S. leader said a lot of good has come out of the visit. Xi said it was a milestone visit and that the two sides had to date established a new bilateral relationship, which is a relationship of constructive strategic stability. In an interview with Fox News after the first day of the summit wrapped, Trump said Xi had agreed to several U.S. weak points. On the topic of the war in Iran, the U.S. president says Xi had effectively assured his counterpart that China was not preparing to militarily aid Tehran, which has essentially closed the Strait of Hormuz. The warm handshakes on Pomp on Thursday were somewhat overshadowed by a blunt warning from Xi on a much longer-standing geopolitical flashpoint, Taiwan. Shortly after talks started, Chinese state media reported that Xi had told Trump that missteps on the sensitive issue of Taiwan could push their two countries into conflict. The Fox News interview did not touch upon Taiwan, and Trump did not comment to reporters when asked about the matter during the visit. Trump did not spell out on Friday that trade agreements that he has said had been sealed with China. However, in the Fox interview, Trump said one big business deal struck involving Xi agreeing to purchase 200 big Boeing jets. Shares of the U.S. aviation giant fell after Trump's comments, in a sign the market had expected a more robust purchase from China. The U.S. president also said Beijing had also voiced interest in buying U.S. oil and soybeans, which is the key foreign customer of Iranian oil, bought small amounts of oil from U.S. before Trump imposed tariffs last year.
And foreign tourists in Beijing have expressed optimism regarding the meeting between Chinese President Xi Jinping and U.S. President Donald Trump, hoping their high-level talks will bring a positive impact on people around the globe. Trump on Friday wrapped up a 3-day state visit to China at the invitation of Xi after the two leaders held talks at the Great Hall of the People in Beijing on Thursday. Before his departure from Beijing, Trump said he looks forward to hosting President Xi in Washington, D.C. He said his state visit has captured the world's attention and described it as a very successful and unforgettable. Tourists visiting the Chinese capital from different countries were optimistic about a historic high-level meeting, hoping that it will send out positive signals to the turbulent world of today. China has been welcoming an influx of international visitors in recent times since expanding its visa-free policies. The country recorded more than 30 million visa-free entries in 2025, up nearly 50% from the previous year, thanks largely to the expansion of a unilateral visa-free scheme which now covers 50 countries, as well as a 240-hour visa-free transit policy which allows visitors to stop over en route to a third destination. CIA Director John Ratcliffe has met his Cuban counterpart at the Interior Ministry in Havana after the U.S. renewed an offer of $100 million of aid to ease the effect of its oil blockade. A Cuban statement said the meeting was an attempt to improve dialogue, and American officials were told Havana was not a threat to U.S. national security. A CIA official told BBC's U.S. partner, CBS News, that the U.S. is prepared to seriously engage on economic and security issues, but only if Cuba makes fundamental changes. Fuel shortages exacerbated by the U.S. oil blockade on the country have left hospitals unable to function normally and forced schools and government offices to close. Separately, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel said that instead of offering aid, conditions could be eased faster if the U.S. lifted its blockade. Attending the meeting was Raul Rodriguez Castro, the grandson of former President Raul Castro, Interior Minister Lazaro Alvarez Caceres, and head of Cuba's intelligence services. The delegation met to personally deliver President Trump's message, the CIA official said. Cuba and the U.S. acknowledged earlier this year they were in talks, but negotiations appeared to be stalled as the oil blockade wore on. And a Sydney court has doubled the discrimination payout for an Australian trans woman who was kicked off a female-only app. It comes almost 2 years after Roxanne Tiku successfully sued Saul Grover, founder of the Giggle for Girls app, for blocking her accounts on the grounds of gender identity. Grover lodged an appeal against that verdict, but on Friday, the federal court dismissed it and further found that Tiku was directly rather than indirectly discriminated against by Grover. Giggle's legal team argued throughout the original case that sex is a biological concept. They fully considered that Tiku was discriminated against, but on the grounds of sex rather than gender identity, known as Tiku versus Giggle. The years-long dispute is the first-time case of alleged gender identity discrimination has been heard by the federal court in Australia. During the original case, the court heard that Grover had removed Tiku from the app after spotting male facial features on Tiku's profile photo. Grover told the court that when she looked at Tiku's profile picture, she decided Tiku was not a woman and removed the account, saying that the process was the same as removing all males. Russia and Ukraine exchanged 205 prisoners of war each on Friday. Moscow and Kyiv said a week after U.S. President Donald Trump announced a large swap would take place between the warring sides. The Russian Defense Ministry said in a statement on social media that 205 Russian servicemen were returned from territory controlled by Kyiv, adding that in exchange, 205 Ukrainian armed forces prisoners of war were transferred. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Telegram most of the Ukrainians handed over had been in Russian captivity since 2022. Trump said last week that Russia and Ukraine would carry out a mutual swap of 1,000 prisoners as he announced a 3-day U.S.-brokered ceasefire that covered Russia's May 9 parade celebrating the defeat of the Nazis. Both sides have traded accusations of violating the truce, and Ukraine has accused Moscow of ramping up its strikes against civilians after it expired, killing at least 24 in an air barrage on Kyiv on Thursday. He posted pictures of the released Ukrainians wrapped in national blue and yellow flags, smiling and embracing each other. And 5 Italians have died in a scuba diving accident in the Maldives. 4 of the divers were part of a University of Genoa team, including Professor of Ecology Monica Montefalcone, her daughter, and 2 researchers. The Maldives military said 1 body had been found in a cave about 60 meters underwater, and the other 4 divers were believed to be also there. It said divers with special equipment had been sent to the area, describing a search operation as a very high risk. The incident is believed to be the worst single diving accident in the tiny Indian Ocean nation, a popular tourist destination because of its string of coral islands. The 5 Italians entered the water on Thursday morning, local media reported. The crew of the diving vessel they were traveling on reported them missing when they failed to resurface later on. However, police said the weather was rough in the area about 100 kilometers south of the capital Mali. A yellow warning was issued for passenger boats and fishermen. And as Palestinians mark the 78th Nakba Day on Friday, children in Gaza continue to be stripped of their right to education as bombs are turning their schools into rubble and smashing what was left of a young survival future. On May 14, 1948, Israel declared statehood. The very next day, the first Arab-Israeli war broke out, forcing nearly 1 million Palestinians into exile. Since then, Palestinians have marked May 15 as their Nakba Day, the day of catastrophe. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinian children lost their schools in the displacement and forced migration that followed the Nakba. Today, 78 years into the ongoing catastrophe, the children of Gaza find themselves facing a strikingly similar fate to that of their grandparents. Gaza's education system and infrastructure have suffered devastating blows and show little sign of recovery. Many teachers have been killed or displaced, and there is a severe shortage of textbooks and teaching materials. According to the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, 97% of school buildings in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed, and more than 650,000 children have been unable to attend school normally for nearly 3 years. Hundreds of schools have been repurposed as shelters. Around 246 cases and 65 deaths have been reported, mainly in the gold mining towns of Mongwalu and Rampara, said the African Center of Disease Control and Prevention. Its statement on Friday added that it was convening a meeting with DR Congo, neighboring Uganda and South Sudan, and other international partners to discuss priorities, including response efforts and cross-border surveillance. Ebola was first discovered in 1976 in what is now DR Congo and is thought to have spread from bats. This is the 17th outbreak of the deadly viral disease in the country. It is spread through direct contact with bodily fluids and through broken skin, causing severe bleeding and organ failure. Early symptoms include fever, muscle pain, fatigue, headache, and sore throats, and are followed by vomiting, diarrhea, a rash, and bleeding. There is no proven cure for Ebola. According to the World Health Organization, WHO, the federal fatality rate is around 50%. Preliminary tests conducted at the institution National de Richard Podme in the capital, Kinshasa, have detected the virus in 13 of 20 samples analyzed following consultation with DR Congo's Ministry of Health and National Public Institutes. Tests are also being carried out
the world
to
needs moms. Providing tasty, nourishing family meals is all that matters. Because where there are moms, there is love. Golden Terra Oil, pure love.
In the capital, Kinshasa, have detected the virus in 13 of 20 samples analyzed following consultation with DR Congo's Ministry of Health and
our real-time updates and exclusive content.
Tests are also being carried out
the world needs moms. Providing tasty and nourishing family meals is all.
Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Many thanks for staying with us. Welcome back from the break. The chairman of the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria, Tony Akiotu, has called for urgent reforms to address challenges facing Nigeria broadcast industry. Akiotu made the call during a meeting with the Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission in Abuja. Discussions focused on economic challenges, digital migration, and responsible broadcasting ahead of the 2027 general election.
Nigeria's tough economy is biting hard on businesses, and the broadcasting industry is not isolated from it. Broadcasters have consistently called for targeted government interventions, particularly since the economic slump of the COVID-19 era. The new chairman of BON, Tony Akiotu, at this meeting with the NBC is doubling down on these issues, which he says threatens information dissemination.
Bring about the needed changes, reforms in the broadcast sector. So I thought the right place to start is to come and meet the Director General and his management team and let them understand that BON will not take a bystander role going forward. We are going to be actively involved.
He also said issues involving BON members who have been unfairly treated or are in court would be revisited. The NBC Director General, in his response, urged the media to remain fair and responsible in its reportage ahead of the 2027 elections, while reassuring stakeholders of continued engagement.
There's where you put a check to it, where you know your words could probably lead to this or that, then you pull it down. You tone it down, you moderate. hear your opinion without raising tension.
The meeting highlighted the need for continuous collaboration among broadcasters and the regulators to address challenges in the sector. Oluwaranti Adaramola, AIT News, Abuja.
And Bauchi State is stepping up efforts to secure schools and provide a safer environment for learning amid rising insecurity. This follows the launch of the Safe Schools Implementation Task Force to protect education institutions across the state.
The Commissioner of Police, Sani Omalori, announced the rollout on Thursday, vowing to deploy all available security resources to shield students and teachers from emerging threats. But the command isn't working in isolation. It wants school administrators and the public to report any suspicious activity immediately to local security agencies. Speaking at the inauguration ceremony in Bauchi, the police commissioner stated that the initiative directly targets security threats like banditry, kidnappings, cultism, and drug abuse.
It is in recognition of these challenges that the Inspector General of Police directed all state commands to strengthen security around schools and educational institutions through proactive policing, interagency collaboration, intelligence-led operations, and active stakeholders' engagement.
Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed, represented by his Chief Security Advisor, retired DIG Sani Mohammed, affirmed that public safety remains the government's top priority.
I want you to move beyond mere rhetoric. Walk the talk. Walk the talk in the sense that doing with professionalism on our part, on the part of government, there is no request you will present, especially when you encounter some difficulty. There is no request we will not project and present to His Excellency.
The newly inaugurated committee members must now pinpoint vulnerable schools, boost intelligence sharing, and build rapid emergency response systems.
Plateau State Governor Caleb Mutfwang says the nation's rising insecurity is a direct threat to Nigeria's sovereignty. He is urging the military to intensify operations and restore lasting peace. The governor spoke while hosting participants of the Senior Course 48 from the Armed Forces Command and Staff College in Jaji. The delegation is in Jos for a strategic study tour of the state.
Governor Mutfwang welcomed the Jaji delegation to the government house with praises for the efforts of the armed forces in defending the nation's territorial integrity. But he's worried over persistent attacks in parts of Plateau State, which he says has severely affected the primary economy of the state, as displaced farmers can no longer access their lands. He is demanding stronger coordinated military actions to break the cycle of violence.
When ordinary farmers cannot go to farm, what you have done is that you have sentenced them to poverty. What you have done is that you have sentenced them to a short life cycle because they no longer have the economic wherewithal to be able to keep their families in good health, with good nutrition, and therefore they are no longer productive members of society.
Delegation leader Commodore Akiumi Oshatuberu acknowledges the problem and says the visit is aimed at studying the factors driving the security challenges and assures that findings from the tour will provide actionable recommendations to support government's anti-terror efforts.
The students are expected at the end of this to have interrogated how all the stakeholders work together, also to appraise some existing community-based initiatives of the state they are visiting, and also conduct on-the-spot assessment on things that may happen during their visit that may be relevant to their topic.
The touring delegation includes senior Nigerian military officers and 4 foreign participants from Zambia, Ghana, Guinea, and Tanzania. Walkes Kwakfoot, AIT News, Jos.
Federal Interagency Technical Committee for the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones, SAPZ, has been charged to ensure the SAPZ initiative achieves its goals and objectives without excuses. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Agri, said on Thursday that the committee must provide technical guidance and strategic direction for the program implementation, facilitate effective interagency coordination, collaboration, information sharing, ensure alignment of sectoral policies program and investment with SAPZs, among others.
The program is designed to transform Nigeria's agricultural landscape by moving our country from the export of raw agricultural commodities to agro-industrial processing, value addition, and market-driven agricultural development. The SAPZ initiative seeks to establish integrated agro-industrial hubs with critical infrastructure such as roads, power, water supply, storage facilities, logistics systems, and processing centers located close to areas of high agricultural production.
For the Director of Federal Department of Development Partners Project Adebola Eluromi, the National Program Coordinator SAPZ Kabir Yusuf, the SAPZ program represents one of the most strategic agricultural and economic transformation initiatives of the federal government of Nigeria.
The role of this committee is therefore critical in ensuring effective coordination, policy alignment, and timely resolution of implementation challenges. I strongly believe that our discussions will further strengthen interagency collaboration and advance the collective objective of delivering agricultural transformation and food security for our nation.
These zones are aimed at ensuring agribusiness operates effectively and efficiently through leveraging on policy, common infrastructure, and enabling environments to unlock opportunities of food security, rural poverty reduction, post-harvest reduction, but importantly, contribution of agriculture to the GDP reduction, post-harvest reduction, but importantly, contribution of agriculture to the GDP.
According to them, the program will significantly reduce post-harvest losses and will to improve productivity, attract foreign direct investments in the agriculture sector while creating sustainable jobs for teeming youth and women. While the SAPZ initiative seeks to establish integrated agro-industrial hubs with critical infrastructure, it is also expected that the project would strengthen food security, enhance rural incomes, and stimulate inclusive economic growth across participating states and the nation at large. And now, we sport track. Okay, we'll move on to other stories. Despite the establishment of several laws, policies, and institutions to combat corruption and money laundering, gaps still exist in the enforcement, interagency coordination, and citizen engagement. This is according to a report by the African Network for Environment and Economic Justice, ANIJ, which assessed Nigeria's legal and institutional framework for addressing illicit financial flows. The executive director of ANIJ, David Ugolo, said illicit financial flows continue to undermine governance system, weaken public trust, and limit government capacity to mobilize domestic resources.
This report is not intended to be merely another academic document placed on shelves. Rather, it is designed as a practical resource to support evidence-based advocacy, strengthen civil society and media engagement, and contribute constructively to ongoing government efforts aimed at curbing illicit financial flows in Nigeria.
Continues to lose enormous financial resources needed for national development due to persistent illicit financial flows. The stakeholders are now calling for stronger collaboration, institutional reforms, and greater citizen participation to address the challenge.
Tackling illicit financial flows cannot be achieved by one institution alone. It requires sustained interagency cooperation, collaboration with civil society organizations, international development partners, financial institutions, and the active participation of citizens.
Effective collaboration among law enforcement agencies, regulatory bodies, civil society organizations, the media, financial institutions, and international partners remains essential to building a more accountable and transparent system.
The event also provided a platform for stakeholders to validate the report findings, encourage multi-stakeholder dialogue, identify reform priorities, strengthen institutional collaboration, and build consensus on actionable next steps. And that is the world news on AIT. I am Olamide Aroyo. Many thanks for staying with us.
Jufo runs her multiple e-commerce businesses in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Her business is known as drop shipping, a business model where products are sold online without the need for a so-called brick-and-mortar facility where those products are stored and processed. It involves the management of e-commerce inventory and affiliate marketing, where she promotes online products for other businesses. Ajufo started her online business in 2022 with less than $50.
Okay, let's say I started with 50,000 naira. So today, I can tell you the percentage has increased to over 150% of income coming in from the business.
Ajufo's success story has its roots in access to the internet, a good phone, social media, and spending around $6 a month on a data subscription.
When it comes to showcasing my business online, internet access has done most of it, 80% of it. Without the internet, we won't be able to do any of those things.
And for many, like Ajufo, the internet means more income and opportunity. A January 2024 World Bank report discloses that Sub-Saharan Africa recorded a 115% increase in internet users between 2016 and 2021. This, the bank said, also reduced extreme poverty by 7% in Nigeria, fostering economic growth and innovation.
Opportunities abound in terms of the benefit for e-commerce, benefit for e-health, benefit for e-government, and as well as in terms of basic commercial transactions.
Despite the gains, the World Bank says women in sub-Saharan Africa have less access to the internet compared to men. The report also says women are 37% less likely to use mobile internet services than men, and that women in rural communities are affected most by the lack of digital access.
Once they cannot have, once means of, accessing the internet or data becomes much out of their reach, they become deprived. In fact, they become deprived educationally, they become deprived in terms of skills, and once all of these things, they become deprived in terms of having access to basic information about markets, about services, about even how to improve them. And once that is done, because then they become left behind.
Rural women in sub-Saharan Africa earn about 77% less than men, while urban women earn 46% less, according to data from the U.S. National Library of Medicine.
Quite a number of women, particularly in rural Nigeria, cannot afford the cost of basic smartphone or feature phone.
The Nigerian Communications Commission says it has launched projects to close the country's gender digital gap. Among them are the Digital Skills for Women and Girls Initiative, Nigerian Girls Can Code, and Women in ICT. Experts say there is a need to double these efforts. They suggest the government ramps up grassroots access to internet-enabled devices at affordable rates to get more women on board. For Gibson and Mika in Abuja, Nigeria, Mary Alice Salinas, VOA News.
at Fort Jesus, which is a timeless icon that has witnessed centuries of history unfold both within and outside its walls. For history and culture enthusiasts, this is a must-see destination here in Mombasa, offering a fascinating glimpse into the past. From battle headquarters to slave prison, this is now a major tourist attraction. But before we delve deeper into the story of this outstanding landmark, we discover how one South African brand is making the craft of crochet cool again through their sustainable shoes in unique designs. Join us as we explore 5 exciting things to do in Lilongwe, Malawi. Then we meet Stella Tushabe, the first female saxophonist in Rwanda, paving the way to empower women. I am Anne Muli, and you're watching Afrimax. Today, for the first time, we bring you inspiring stories and creative ideas from around the African continent, right from the heart of Kenya's coast. We'll be learning more about this historical site in a bit, but first, we travel to Ghana to meet Kwesi Bochwe, a highly celebrated artist who focuses on the melanic nature of black skin. Through his art, he tries to project this beauty and address discriminations against it.
Celebrating the beauty of black skin. This is what Kwesi Bochwe's art is about. With his bold paintings, he aims to bring attention to those who have been historically overlooked or ignored.
The reason why I use black and purple in my painting was the microaggression experience that I had in Nima. You know, people with dark skin. So I wanted to use that as a creative perception to elevate the people, let them know like how luxury black is and also how superior we are as people. So I wanted to change that kind of mentality of shading people with dark skin, you know, create some kind of visuals to also kind of elevate their way of thinking.
Growing up in the Nima community of Accra, Ghana, Kwesi Bochwe experienced moments when his friends uttered unfriendly remarks about his dark looks. Even in a black social environment, skin tone matters, and this is something he longed to rectify. Inspired by the street art of his community, his striking portraits focus on the black figure and often feature rich, high-contrast colors.
I believe when we meet people, you straightly look into their eyes. So for me, portrait is a way of communicating with people without using words. You know, you sometimes look at people just to understand how they feel. And the reason why I choose certain colors, for me, I think it's like a creative, process. You want to choose a certain color that would work in that kind of moment. And for me, color is very spiritual. You know, when you're in the studio, it's more like you are talking to colors. You know, they also ask you questions. You talk to them. Should I put it this way? Sometimes I'm very mindful of the colors that I use, depending on my mood. And for me, I think our culture is one of the most important things as Africans. So I wanted to really work on this to also motivate us in representing ourselves in everything that we do.
Kwesi started his career right after graduating from Art College in 2011 and has exhibited widely from Ghana to the UK, Denmark, Belgium, Israel, and the US. His art, inspired by realism and abstraction, is a cross between French Impressionism and African realism.
What really inspires me is Impressionism and also portraiture. Yeah, because I feel so connected with the subject, and also I love the play of strokes. You know, anytime I look at paintings, I want to see strokes in my paintings. With my new body of work, the whole idea was to innovate, Impressionism by using the African ideologies and perspective behind it. It's not just like taking a picture and paint it with strokes, but the colors in the painting are very meaningful. Impressionism strokes. So that's the whole idea of changing Impressionism into like the African way, which I call it the Afro-Impressionism.
Kwesi Botwe has a studio and residency space in the capital, which is focusing on supporting young local artists.
I started World Face at Team Nima around 2011, where I wanted a studio for myself, but I couldn't afford, so I have to use my own space, my room as my studio. So I sleep, wake up and paint, sleep, wake up and paint. And I think space in Ghana has been a very difficult thing. Most of the artists can testify to this. You know, sometimes it can be good, but to get a space to also show your artwork is a whole different thing altogether. I also don't want to grow up as an artist, see an artist struggling, you know, trying to find a place to show their work. Every artist also needs the chance to showcase the talent that they have.
I would say the benefit I've had here is tremendous, because space has been one of the things that we lack as artists. So you are limited when it comes to sizes, production-wise. And leaving my space and then working here, I feel it's really helped me to be able to explore things that I may do in smaller spaces now. I'm able to open them and then explore with the colors and then the ideas.
Kwesi believes he was born to do art with a purpose, and that is to create an awakening for every black soul to appreciate themselves regardless of the dark skin.
The 1593-built Fort Jesus is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and popular museum, showcasing the country's cultural history. The fortress has recently been upgraded with a captivating sound and light show that seamlessly blends the old with the new. I will be joined by Fatma Twahir, who is the curator here, to find out more. Tell us a little bit about the historical significance of Fort Jesus.
Fort Jesus was built by the Portuguese from 1593 to 1596 in order to try and control the Indian Ocean trade route, where Mombasa port was a significant stop to this trade route. And in 1960, it was known as a historical site, thereby moving the prison away from here to a different location, and the place was opened up to the public.
So this is the gallery?
So this is the museum gallery. This is where we keep all our ethnographic collection. We have two shipwrecks at the front of Fort Jesus. One is Portuguese, wooden ship that was sunk during the fight with the Omanis. And then the second one is Sussex. It's a metal ship that is sunk at the front of Fort Jesus.
Are there any future plans for Fort Jesus in terms of preserving it or making it better?
We want to make the fort interesting to the younger population. We are talking about interpretation and presentation of this information using modern techniques, digital forms. Say using QR codes, using apps, using animations, using things that would be exciting for the younger population to come and visit and interact with their heritage.
What else is Fort Jesus known for, apart from being a heritage site? What else?
Okay, Fort Jesus allows itself as a space for social functions. Along with that, we also have leased this space for a sound and light show that happens in the evenings over the weekend that showcases the history of Mombasa in a different kind of a media.
I cannot wait to be back here in the evening for the sound and light show. Siselo Mabuza, co-founder of Mama Kia, lives by the principle of cherishing ancient traditions. By crafting shoes using crochet techniques, this Johannesburg brand merges traditional practices with contemporary designs.
Blending the old and the new, making crocheting cool.
Crochet, for most people, they know it from, you know, your bra, bikini,
hats, all of these accessories, except for shoes, especially in the international landscape, because whenever we push on social media, we would get a lot of people outside that I've never seen this,
Founded in 2016, South African brand Mamakia preserves the ancient practice of crocheting through their exclusive sustainably made footwear.
We chose crochet to make our shoes because we're informed with a research that we did earlier in the year, and we bumped into this lovely creation by our people, the weaving of shoes, which was an ancient skill that was being transferred from generation to generation. We met these old ladies, sisters, so they had this, amazing skill of making shoes. So I think it was God's grace, everything just aligned, and we were able to come up with the company that will be an integration of the young and old, because this skill, I'm sure everyone can attest that, it's one of the rare creation that you would see around. It's not something that you would see daily, so which means the skill is dying. So meeting these old ladies, it was, I think, an opportunity for us to preserve and keep the skill. So that's the reason why we went for crocheting other than the conventional way of making shoes.
Changing the perception of crocheting being dated through this creation, Skolo Mabuzo's designs are inspired by African stories. These stories are evident in the use of color combinations: green for nature, beige and gold as an ode to our rich minerals, and Pan-Africanist colors encouraging unity and progression.
The stories that are within our footwear, it's the same as, having to say, we as Africans, we do have a rich history. We as Africans, we do have power. Political power is important for us, to prosper. These are the things we should be aware of. These are the things we should focus on, the richness of our culture. In fashion, you can't just, write a whole statement or sing like musicians, but we just need to fuse in patterns and let those patterns be statements.
According to Statistics South Africa, youth unemployment is 66.5%. Having come from humble beginnings himself, Skolo and his business partners wanted to invest in the social development of the youth by passing forward the skill of crocheting.
When I did my research, I then came up with this curriculum where maybe we could, teach young people. They can be part of our program. They assist us grow while we then tackle, unemployment. There's a lot of young people who come to us looking for jobs with degrees, but they are unemployed. So with such skills, we saw that this would be innovation. This would be impact, because would have these young people that will have a practical skill, whether they go and work somewhere else or they can self-employ themselves, but at least they get empowered.
My name is Zamugu Chezondo, and I am an engineer. I'm currently practicing fashion designing. I've never been exposed to crochet, so this has been my first time. What I love most is the experience and being creative and just, being able to play around with needles and make a shoe with just needles and wool. It's impacted my life a lot because this is actually my first time being able to do what I really like to do, designing, and being able to be in a professional space where I see they do the product from paper to an actual material and then to the store. That's something that's been really valuable for me.
To teach young people, it's so interesting because it's been more than 40 years that I've been doing these shoes. So to see young people loving to do it, it makes me happy. That's why I go on teaching them.
And the nice thing with young people, we then come up with, new ideas. We incorporate new components, new techniques. We do have the skill intact and it doesn't die out.
One pair can take up to 4 hours to make. Patience and precision is essential.
It's created for happy events, or should I say summer, because we do not have waterproof material. These are just threads that are created to make fabric, but we have a lot of pores in it. This is a craftsmanship. It's something that you need to value, wear on special occasions. We wanted to help, at least in a sense, to showcase to the world that we as Africans are not primitive. We do have, innovative skills. We are, in fact, living in the modern given time. So taking our culture, since it is, you know, rich and exclusive, just fuse it in fashion and we have something new, you know, just to help people understand that innovation doesn't have to be tech, you know, it can also come from fashion.
Handmade with love and passion, this modern crochet fashion statement is definitely on trend.
And now we travel to Lilongwe. The capital of Malawi is a vibrant city that offers a unique blend of modern and traditional African culture. From historical sites to the beautiful natures close to the city, there is something for everyone to enjoy.
Here come the top 5 things to do in Lilongwe, Malawi. Welcome to Malawi, a country known as the warm heart of Africa. Located in a long strip on the southeastern side of Africa, Malawi takes up 118,000 square miles and has a population of some 19 million people. Lilongwe is the capital city of Malawi, and the best place to get a bird's-eye view of the city is at the top of the War Memorial Tower. Wear comfortable shoes. There are a lot of steps to climb. Characterized by large plots of land and wide park-like boulevards, the city covers an area of around 728 square kilometers. You can't say you've been to Malawi unless you've been to the lake. The nearest lake access to Lilongwe is about 2 hours away in Salima. But trust me, in the dry season, it is well worth that drive to just go, dip in your feet, splash around, get your feet wet. You'll need it to cool down. The dry season lasts from about April until around November, December. The rainy season sees heavy downpours from around November, December to around April. During the rainy season, it's well worth taking the drive further south to like Monkey Bay or Cape Maclear, or north to Nkata Bay, or further north, because the lake is beautiful and clear, the beaches are pristine, and the fish are huge. This is Malawi's well-known chambo, which you can enjoy anywhere throughout Malawi. Safe for hiking. And if working up a sweat isn't for you, there are plenty of beautiful things. Malawi is home to a wide variety of craft and artisan markets which are found throughout the country. These range in size from large ones with multiple vendors which sell food and crafts to much smaller ones on the beach which cater to the tourist market. There are also co-op shops like this one, which is managed by the Visual Artists Association of Malawi, located just outside the Wilderness Reserve. If you're thinking of doing some shopping while you're in Malawi, you should consider visiting one of the many fashion designers in the country. One designer that really stands out is Malawi's Lily Alfonso. She's made it big in Europe with her fusion of Africa in everything from fashion to prints to fabrics to fascinators. Lily recently blazed through the catwalks in Europe, proving once again the prominence of African fashion. And I suggest that you should get hold of her catalog and try and get yourself something special.
Like I said, guys, I cannot wait to experience this sound and light show that happens right here at Fort Jesus in the evening. I am joined by Beatrice Wanjiku, who will be telling me about the latest feature conveying the history of this magnificent place. Hi, Beatrice.
Hi.
Tell us, what do you do here?
We normally have this sound and light show which gives the history, culture, and heritage of the coastal region, which is done through 3D mapping. Lights, sound, and fireworks.
What technology do you use in setting this up?
The cannon strips. We also have other lights over there at the wall, and also we have the projector that projects on the wall of the pot.
Ah, when did all this start? Has this always been here, or?
The Fort Jesus Sound and Light Show was established by the JJ's Pyrotechnics during the corona pandemic. It has been in existence for the past 3 years.
This is it, guys. We're about to see fireworks. Thank you so much, Beatrice, for taking us through. I think it's time for me to sit back, relax, and enjoy the fireworks.
Have fun.
As a saxophonist in Rwanda, Stella Tushabe has faced numerous challenges in a music industry dominated by men. Despite the obstacles, she has worked hard to establish herself and now aims to use her music to empower other women.
My name is Stella, and I'm Rwanda's first female saxophonist. Brought so much color to my life. It's given me so much confidence, and it's become part of me. It's become a part of who I am.
It all began with a story. The 30-year-old musician says that she did not find the saxophone, but the instrument found her.
It was 2012 when I heard this song playing on a friend's phone. It had an intro with a beautiful saxophone. So I asked what it was, and another friend of mine said it was a saxophone.
But special instruments are hard to come by and have to be imported from outside the country. When Stella couldn't find any in Rwanda, she asked her uncle in the West to send her one. Months later, she received a trumpet. She wrote again and finally got a saxophone. But learning to play was another story.
There was a lot of techniques involved in bringing out the right sound, but I guess it's the passion that I had within me and the encouragement that kept me going.
Sometimes even a simple thing like finding a spare part becomes a major obstacle. In the beginning, Stella felt people did not trust her skills because she's a woman. Performances were cancelled or not paid correctly. But even when she struggled, Stella didn't give up. Through her music, she now wants to empower other women to work jobs they think are for men.
I believe anything that a man can do, we can do. My dream is that the women will be embraced in the workplace and they'll be trusted with responsibilities.
Stella, who currently works in communications at the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences, wants to reach greater heights with the music. She plans to record a few songs and work full-time in music.
One of my dreams is to open a music school, and this school will mainly target little kids, develop their artistic potential while they're still young.
When she started playing the sax, none of us actually knew what she was doing because in our family, we didn't have that culture.
We have worked with her, we have seen her, how she has progressed with her talent, and we are so happy and excited for her.
For Stella Tushabe, the sky is the limit.
That brings our show to an end, and we hope you enjoyed it. Head on over to dw.com/Afrimax for more. For now, it's goodbye from Mombasa.
James Akbarshe arrives for a checkup at the Community Medical Center in Dadere.
but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for My Share. It sends student journalists, known as U-monitors, to investigate public projects and hold authorities accountable.
Sometimes you travel to those communities where those projects have been awarded, you discover that those residents don't want to talk to you because they have no idea of those projects. So you face challenges, maybe sometimes threats to your life. And when a lawmaker find out or individual find out you are doing a story that will implicate him.
The Media Non-Profit Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, or CJID, launched Udeme in 2018. It recruits about 100 students like Akbashi each year. They track public infrastructure projects like the construction of schools and hospitals. And they talk to residents about what they find.
So our youth monitors are fluent in the local dialect in those places. So when they go on radio shows, they speak in those local dialects so that people can understand the relevance of the topic that we're talking about. And we see them calling in after the program.
Nigeria ranks 145th out of 180 countries on the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index. The CGID says ignorance is often why public officials are not held accountable. At a visit to Nigeria's Independent Corrupt Practices Commission in February, authorities pledged their support.
The issue of corruption and corrupt practices is a problem. We will always continue to work with you.
CJID says its approach brings change and could be model other media should follow. The initiative brings results. When Akbashi first visited this health center, it was not operational. A few months after he reported on it, the government opened the hospital to the community, a small step to holding public officials accountable. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
At an undisclosed location in South Africa's northwest province, these rhinos are being prepared for life in the wild. That's under a scheme by conservation NGO African Parks to rewild 2,000 captive-bred white rhinos. It's a move that could boost the world's wild southern white rhino population by up to 15%. African Parks project manager Donovan Juice said the aim is to rewild around 200 rhinos per year over the next 10 years to various protected areas across Africa.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime de-risking effort from a conservation initiative at scale that's never happened before. So I think for the species, it's a massive opportunity.
The rhinos were bought from private breeder John Hume. He sold the animals because of the high cost of protecting them. Poaching remains a severe threat in South Africa. 499 were poached in 2023, according to government data, an increase from the year before. Rhinos are targeted for their horns, which are in demand in East Asia for traditional medicines and jewelry.
The four-army worm has caused devastating crop losses across Africa since it arrived in 2016 in Malawi at Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. Biotechnology research scientist Kingdom Kwapata is leading studies into varieties of maize whose genes have been modified to resist the pest. Such engineered crops are considered genetically modified organisms or GMOs.
We needed a solution because our farmers are suffering. Our main purpose and aim for the research is to establish whether the gene that confers resistance against four-army worms and other lepidopteran insects is effective.
The trials are expected to take about 5 years. They are conducted in a fenced and
strict security. But here is a pertinent question. Is this critical election before the election can a lesser-known lone challenger realistically crack Tinubu's establishment endorsement for the APC's presidential ticket? My guest tonight is the man who emerged as a lone challenger who is disrupting the narrative of a consensus presidential ticket within the ruling APC. He's an ambitious APC chieftain who hails from Edo State, South Nigeria. Now, by putting down 100 million naira to pick up the presidential expression of interest in nomination forms, he is forcing an internal democratic contest which many thought was a walkover. Stanley Osifo will join me live on Democracy Today tonight. Welcome to Democracy Today. The presidential aspirant Stanley Osifo will be joining me, as I mentioned. But before tonight's conversation, we'll be serving you quickly political updates. All right, the pre-party primary activities are on. In the APC, as we speak, severe anxiety is gripping party stalwarts as the leadership is yet to make public the highly anticipated aspirant screening results, leaving the political fates of key players hanging in the balance. But President Tinubu is lucky. He may enjoy a waiver based on his previous clearance. Reports from the opposition camp say former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and former Governor Rotimi Amechi have officially purchased 90 million naira worth of nomination forms, that is, for the presidential primaries, the ADC signaling a fierce contest for the sole presidential ticket. On Thursday, Atiku Abubakar returned his nomination form, signaling his readiness for the ADC's intra-party primary. Meanwhile, keeping his eyes on governance, President Tinubu is currently in Kigali, Rwanda, attending the African Chief CEOs Forum. While on an official trip outside the shores of Nigeria, the APC's National Working Committee announced that the May 23, 2026 primary date remains unchanged, even though the screening reports remain tightly under wraps. Now, it is perhaps no news that the People's Democratic Party, the PDP's fierce leadership battle has escalated into distinct factions running entirely parallel structures. On Thursday, the Nyesom Wike-backed PDP leadership petitioned the police and the DSS to arrest Senator Adolphus Wabara and Kabiru Turaki for alleged impersonation of party leadership. In a related development, Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State on Thursday forged an alliance with Allied People's Movement, the APM. The coalition held a unity rally at the Mapo Hall in Ibadan, where Makinde declared his 2027 presidential ambition.
The Democratic Party and the Allied People's Movement. This handshake will allow us field candidates at all levels. We will field candidates from top to bottom. We will field candidates from presidency to state assembly and everything in between. For today, I, Olusegun Abiodun Makinde, FNSC, announce my candidacy for the position of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
If you're just tuning in, this is Democracy Today on AIT. Don't forget, you can follow us on all social media handles and, of course, drop your comments and questions and, of course, suggestions there. I'll be back in just a moment.
In the hallowed chambers where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided.
This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament on AIT.
Voices rise, opinions clash, debates ignite.
We cannot be apologetic in the discharge of our constitutional duties as lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The burden of proving that the elections have been conducted peacefully and in accordance with law must shift to INEC.
From the Senate to the House of Representatives, this is where policies are tested, laws are crafted, and authority is held to account.
We spoke to some lawmakers on their opinions of the document presented by the president.
Every motion, every argument carries the hopes of millions.
We need more hospitals, more health clinics in communities so that they can effectively take care of the primary health need of our people.
The questions are tough. The exchanges are intense.
Mr. President, you can have your way, but I will have my say. You can use the gavel, and I will use my voice.
And those who want the proviso are 55 in number. And so the proviso says.
But who truly stands for the people? Who is driving the change that defines our tomorrow?
Let us tell ourselves the truth. Why are we here talking about LGBT, GTBT, whatever?
Get the answers on Where Nigeria Decides on Inside the Parliament on AIT every Tuesday, 4:30 p.m.
For staying with us, this is Democracy Today on AIT. APC's presidential primaries is a David versus Goliath battle on May 23, as it appears. That's what we're discussing tonight. But in the meantime, let's hear what the reactions of the FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, is regarding, the leadership issues within the APC.
We are busy. People are busy doing career, they are screening. And so it's the imagination of Sheyi Makinde. And that has now confirmed what we have told Nigerians. After the misinterpretation of his judgment, it has come clear to every Nigerian that these guys are very, very fraudulent. It's for Nigerians to know, to see it, may accept. PDP has presented a position and would present potential candidate, and watch out who will be submitted to INEC and see where there's anything called APM, PDP, APM. So please. We said it, and we know Bala has gone to APM. Bala has never said anything called PDP, APM. Instead of him to come out to say he had joined the APM, maybe those of his supporters, if they ever remain in PDP in Ibadan, we may be taking them along. That's what he's calling a PDP, APM alliance.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. This month of May, the conversations that matter most are stepping into.
And Power brings context and clarity to issues and events in governance, democracy, and development. On People, Politics, and Power, we feature people who shape the events and define the issues.
A lot of the agencies are still struggling with implementation of freedom of information.
The government should come. We need Nigeria to work.
We examine the interplay and interaction of politics with power and their impact on policies and the people.
It's about getting the system to deliver the kind of electoral outcome that people will be happy with.
People, Politics, and Power with Imoni Amarere.
The low-performing agencies to be held to account, or will the numbers fade after the headlines?
At 1 p.m. every Monday and Friday on AIT.
Information,
education, entertainment. It's more than a cliche. It's a way of life. It's our way of life.
On Kakaki, the African Voice.
In 3, 2, 1, your life. Talking to the people that matter.
On the issues that matter.
Keeping you up to speed on what you need to know and how you need to know.
That's Kakaki, the African Voice.
Monday through to Friday, 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. on your channel of choice, Africa Independent Television.
Kakaki, the African voice.
The more you look, the more you see.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. This month of May, the conversations that matter most are stepping into.
Gender Agenda is where policy meets people. It's a bold policy literacy platform bridging the gap between decision makers and women across every sector. From parliament to politics, from leadership to governance, from peace to economy, development, human rights, from Nigeria to the rest of Africa, Gender Agenda amplifies voices too often excluded, ensuring every voice counts. Through compelling storytelling, social impact dialogue, thought-provoking documentaries, town halls that lean on data and research, we raise the bar. Gender Agenda, every Friday, 4:30 p.m. on AIT and on AIT's YouTube channel live. My name is Adora Sidney Jack, and this is Gender Agenda. Gender Agenda. Women rising.
Many thanks for staying with us. This is Democracy Today on AIT. We're discussing the APC's presidential primaries. It's going to hold on May 23. The days moving fast towards that day, and of course the time is ticking. Well, with me in the studio, I have the presidential aspirant who is challenging the incumbent president on the platform of the same ruling APC. I'm talking about Stanley Osifo. Thanks for joining the program tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Let's get right into it straight away. Is it really possible for a relatively unknown presidential aspirant to smash through President Tinubu's, fortresses of endorsements, political allies, caucuses within the party, and all of that to, defeat him and clinch the ticket for the presidency in 2027?
Okay, thank you for your question. I think I will start that I'm not new in the system. Let me start with that.
Right.
It's not the first time I'm coming out to run for the office of the president. In 2018, 2019 political processes, I was in the PDP then. I came out with other aspirants. Even in 2022, 23, I came out also, but I had to withdraw for the president because most of us from my state and other elders spoke with me, and I started to say, okay, I will support him, and I did everything to support the current president. So coming out now is not something new. Maybe because I'm not one of those politicians that is used to noise making or making trouble. I think you get known more in Nigeria when you make trouble in politics. So I'm not new to the system. I've been within the system for a very long time. Talking about the president, we are one party. I think you should note that first and foremost. And as a party member, I came out to vie for the position of the president. The reason is very simple. It's not that we have any internal issues or internal scope between our party. Our party is okay. I felt that there are areas that we really have to work on, which I have spoken about at different fora. So that is the driving force, and that's the reason why I am out for the contest for the office of the president. You talked about other things about endorsements by political bigwigs and everything.
Absolutely.
Yes. It is good to be endorsed. There is nothing wrong about that. I'm not against anyone being endorsed, and it doesn't matter exactly who endorses and who doesn't endorse. And for myself, I would say I also have endorsement, maybe because I've not brought it out for people to see. But endorsement really is not what we should look at. I think, like I always say, let us work for the good of Nigeria.
In other words, that doesn't intimidate you by any chance?
If there was intimidation, I'm sure I would not even step out to say I want to run for the office. For someone that wants to run for the office of the president, you know the way Nigeria is. It's the biggest black nation in the world. The population is huge, the potentials are very among us. You have intelligent people everywhere. So for you to say you want to come out, you're not coming out to play. Being the president of a nation as big as Nigeria is not a joke. So you must be prepared to say you have the wherewithal to undo the office of the president, and also to look at issues and get solutions to them.
Solutions. That brings me to, just cropped up a question in my mind. What specific gaps or lapses did you identify in the current government of Bola Tinubu that makes you want to step in and, of course, bring about a change or a difference in governance?
I would say right now he's doing well because irrespective of what anybody thinks, whoever is in the saddle and is putting his time and efforts into making sure that things work the way he wants is doing his best. I believe there are areas, like I've always mentioned, that we still need to look at. The other time I mentioned the issue of power. I think he has taken a cue. He has taken a decision by appointing a new minister now. He not only stopped there, he also did a very wonderful work by getting a task force to ensure that whatever it is that needs to be done within that sector is done. I believe that power is very, very critical to our national development across board. So if the issue of power is addressed, I believe we'll be in a better place to talk about great economic growth and improvements and everything that we want to work on.
The APC is your party.
Yes.
And, well, I'm not surprised you are speaking well of your party, but if the president is doing well, why would you want to take the ticket from him, take the office from him, rather?
Like I said, anyone that is working is doing well. I've just mentioned to you areas that I felt and I see we could improve upon. I just talked about power. In the agricultural sector, I also want to look at post-harvest issues, storage and storage facilities for preservation to reduce a lot of wastages that we have in that area. The one other thing I really think about is industrialization. Because in Nigeria, according to statistics from the National Bureau of Statistics, we have about over 62% of Nigerians are living in poverty, the rate. And we know there are low levels in terms of unemployment. So I think there should be an aggregate between the levels of what we get and then the levels of the poverty we have to see how we can reduce and work to ensure that the level is drastically reduced.
Rather than, join in the race to try to take power from the incumbent president, since he's your leader, he's your party, have you, by any chance, tried to, interface with the president, seek an audience with him, and offer, some sort of professional advice? He's your leader now, and, perhaps there might be some sort of, intercourse of ideas that could better pave way for country's leadership.
Yeah, when you talk about intercourse of ideas, is a good way to go. I believe there are ways you approach things, and then there are processes to it too. So I believe that with what we are doing right now, the processes have begun, and we are in one party. If at the end of the day he emerges as the victor or I emerge as the victor, whatever the case is, we are still going to work together. We're still going to work together.
I'm sure you must have heard the widely held views across the country since your emergence, that your emergence into the race is, by merely engaging in publicity stunt, by, committing your own hard-earned money, 100 billion naira to purchase, the forms. Is your ambition really a publicity stunt, or is it better still create the illusion of internal democracy within the APC, just as it's being alleged in so many quarters across the country right now?
There's nothing about publicity stunt. That is strange, though.
That's the general notion.
It's strange for you to tell a man that I've right from his young adult age, I've seen Nigerians, and he has a passion to see that things work well. a man that I've traveled, seen other spaces around the world, and he believes that his country has the potential to even do better than those parts of the world. He has not come out for the very first time to say he wants to run for the office of the president. This is about the third time, even though the second time he had to still withdraw for the current president. So for you to say you're doing things one, twice, and the third time, I don't think you should call that person a joke or think that the person is joking.
Okay. If you, that means you want the electorate in Nigeria to believe that your campaign and your ambition is self-funded. If that is the case, do you think you have the muscle, the balls to match the caliber of person that President Tinubu is? Outside of the presidency, he has been governor, he has been senator, he has been a leader in the APC, in the AC, in the ACN. Do you think you have what it takes financially to begin with to match his capacity to run for this office?
I think you are looking at his past offices, right? We should also look at other leaders of the world that have become presidents, not even aspiring presidents. An example is the current president of the United States of America, Donald Trump. He was never
a big business mogul.
But you were just making that comparison of office held before. That's why I'm bringing in
I also mentioned financial strength.
When we talk about financial strength, what do you mean? It's subjective. Depends on what you're referring to.
Well, Tinubu has been in office before. He's been a senator. He's a
that's not financial strength.
All right. So, back to my question: do you have what it takes to match what he's got?
I think I have more than what it takes.
Interesting. Tell me.
Ask what exactly you want me to tell you.
The financial strength, the connects.
When you say financial strength,
spread, connects to begin with.
When you talk about
spread across sectors, caucuses, across the party, the ruling APC. Remember, you were not a foundational member of the APC. You were in PDP before, where you ran for president before. Quite impressive, though.
Yes.
So, how would you match such a man? He's in power now. When he was not the president, he controlled the party largely. Now he's in power. I mean, the power of incumbency will also play a huge role right there.
I hear all this all the time.
Beautiful. So.
Yes, I hear all this all the time. When you want to do something, if you have your mind set on it, you don't look at obstacles, you don't look at threats, you don't look at anything that would intimidate you, so long as you know that what you're going for and what you have set out to do is right. So talking about finance or financial muscle, what we actually need are the electorates. Within the party right now, we are having a primary that is going to come up on May 23rd.
Absolutely.
So we are not looking at financial muscle, we are looking at our party members, APC card-carrying party members that will come out to vote for the two aspirants right now, Osifo Stanley and His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We are the only two that will be voted for. So the issue about who comes out victorious is dependent not on financial muscle, not on endorsements, not on cabals, not on any other thing, but it is dependent on the members of the All Progressives Congress. And most of the members I'm talking about right now includes both the one you call the cabal, the one you call the big wigs and everything, including the one that are the lower rungs of the ladder in terms of party.
What's the relationship like with these, big wigs in the party, that some of them that you mentioned? Because as I mentioned earlier, you see, the time in the party and relationships within the party plays a huge role. Remember that your party, the APC, has welcomed, a huge influx of the campaigns and all of that. And there's some sort of clash of interest regarding who should get what and how to reconcile those who are aggrieved, foundational members, and those coming in now. Judging from the time you joined the party and now, what's your relationship? How strong is it with leaders of the party and high-profile movers and shakers of the party to win their trust? Remember, this is primaries. This is where the election before the election is decided.
You're right. We talk about relationship. I'm a grassroots politician that also moved up with the ladder to the top levels. So at the lower rung from the unit to the ward level, I am very active. At the local government level in my state, I'm active. State too, I do my best. And the last election that we had, the national election, I brought in the president. I made my contribution. So when you talk about party affairs, I'm grounded in that area. Then we talked about the big wigs in the party. I am a member of the party and I am relating with everybody. So whoever I relate with, whether it's a big wig or whatever it is that we want to classify them, I see myself as a member of the party, and whoever I relate with, I relate with them as members of the party.
All right.
That's my relation with everybody in the party.
You mentioned grassroots, and I know that grassroots politics is also very important to the people because, local council is the one that's closest to the people. How is your relationship with grassroots, citizens and residents of Edo State where you come from? But just hold on to that thoughts. We'll take a break now. When we come back, my guest will still be in the studio. Don't go away.
For a bold new chapter in political discourse, this month of May, the conversations that matter most are stepping into this.
Thanks for staying with us. If you're just tuning in, I'm afraid you've missed quite some, but you're welcome. This is Democracy Today on AIT. My guest is the presidential aspirant on the platform of the ruling APC, and he's going to contest against incumbent President Bola Tinubu on May 23 for the primaries. Stanley Osifo, still in the building. Thank you for staying with us. I was asking before we went on that break, what is it like in terms of your connection, your relationship with grassroots politicians, citizens and residents in Edo State where you come from?
I would say I have a very good relationship with the grassroots. I think the grassroots, when you talk about grassroots, you have to start with the unit, even though it's not really in our constitution. We have the ward level and we have the local government level to the state. Before I started, went to my state to meet with leaders in my state, including my ward chairman, the local government chairman. I had interactions with them about what I wanted to do. So it's not something that they are not aware of or something I am doing without consultation. Even leaders in my state also, a former deputy governor, I had a meeting with him, my senatorial leader. He's fully aware of everything. I think at the local level, I do my best.
All right.
Yes.
In Nigerian politics, governors are really very powerful. Good enough you mentioned the former deputy governor right now and all of that. And I also know that you've tried to relate with past governors and even the present governor of your state. Now, you know that governors are powerful. They pull a lot of strings in Nigerian politics. Apart from those who have just joined the APC from PDP and other political parties, many of them have actually endorsed President Tinubu for a second term. And some of them have even suggested that there should be a waiver for him. That is going to give him, a heads up. How about you? How many governors have endorsed you? Or how many of them do you have a relationship with, in order to boost your chances to some extent?
We are not talking about situations of governors endorsing and not endorsing. What we are talking about right now is the party. Governors are members of the party. No matter how powerful you are a member of the party, irrespective of the position you occupy. Even His Excellency Bola Tinubu, GCFR, is a member of the party. He is the president of the country. So I don't think the issue of powerful and not powerful is what we practice in our party.
It's not about what we practice. I'm talking about, what you don't think you need their backing, their support financially and otherwise, because remember, no matter how financially, debt a politician is, he still needs donations and what.
Definitely, you need support from everyone that can support you in politics.
Is Governor Okeblo behind you in this race, or is behind President Tinubu? On whose side is your governor?
That is not, I can't decide for him. I can't decide for him, really. I think he's a man and he's a politician. I know I had a well, it's not something I'm supposed to discuss.
Oh, all right. I only
so I will just leave him out of our conversation right now, you know, so that everyone will be okay.
Okay, that's like saying, talking about the support base by governors. Remember, there are 32 governors who, you know, are in the fold of the APC. Are you saying all of them, none of them is behind you? They're all rallying behind the president and not you?
Let me tell you something about politics. You know, sometimes people just speak and they think that they have people behind them. I'll give you a very clear example. Let me use the PDP convention, the last one held.
Okay.
Between...
the one in Ibadan or the one in Abuja?
I'm talking about their own last presidential primaries.
Okay.
Where they were all focusing on one particular individual. But on the ground of that particular primary, you saw what happened. There was a complete twist that night or that evening. What nobody never thought was going to happen happened.
Are you
are
you hopeful for such a twist this time?
No, what I'm trying to let you know is that when you feel that you have backers or you have people that actually support you, something can happen at the 9th hour or the 11th hour that will kind of throw you off your feet. Do you understand?
Right. Absolutely.
And so whether you have the governors behind you or you don't have the governors behind you is important, and is also something you should also look at in a different perspective to see if anything could happen.
You launched, for your campaign, you launched, you know, a blueprint that you named Metamorphoses 2027. And, it talked about, you mentioned implementing, new reforms in terms of energy generation, that's talking about power. Apart from those, what other, reform will you be implementing?
If you look at my documents, my manifesto that I produced, I'm more concerned about two things, and that's the economy and the issue of security. Those are two things I believe that if we are able to actually tackle, we'll be better as a nation. So in between them, I have other pillars, what I call the fundamental pillars of metamorphosis. There are about 14 of them.
Okay.
And they have to do with sectors already that we know about, but we are looking at how we can bring a different approach.
All right.
And also, I'm also looking at how we can also enhance, because the world right now is more about technology.
Okay.
We talk about artificial intelligence and so many other things, robotics and everything. And I strongly believe that Nigeria have a lot of people that could get into this. So I have this idea of setting up a town or a city where we can have like what we have in America,
like the Silicon
like
Valley.
the Silicon Valley, yes.
All right.
So we can have something like that, and our techpreneurs and other people that are within the values they can actually bring in.
In your campaign in the 2019 election, where you contested under the platform, the PDP back then, you talked about creating wealth, and then of course, empowering young people and all of that. This time around, there's more issues on ground that is, that clearly plaguing the country. Youth unemployment is higher now, poverty has increased, insecurity has worsened, and all of that. So, does that bother you to sort of expand beyond what you have in your manifesto right now? Does that bother you or spur you to expand it beyond where it is?
I think what you just mentioned are all encapsulated in my manifesto, because I talked about the fight against poverty, hunger, and high cost of living. And when you want to fight poverty, you don't sit down. You have to think around what you can do to ensure that the issue of poverty is addressed. And the one way you can address poverty is creation of jobs, creation of employment. So I'm looking at creating hubs within the states and then the federal capital territory, hubs for industries, or what you can call clusters of industries, where you have specialization of a particular environment, what is available in this place, what is that we can really deal with to bring in people to work, create industries and everything. So, in Nigeria we have different states, and each state have an area that they are very good at, particularly when you look at the natural resources that exist within them. So these are the things I want to look at for us to be able to create that synergy between jobs and also reducing the rate of poverty. Another thing I also thought about was for us to have models, because I looked at models in some countries where you have free trade zones where you can actually bring in investments. People come in, they invest, set up industries, get raw materials within the system here. The one that I cannot get here can be brought in, but let us see how those people come in, produce and create employment. I'm looking at the value chain of such industries, looking at the value chain of such employment that can boost our economy and also raise our per capita income and reduce to a large extent the level of poverty we are currently facing in Nigeria.
President Tinubu is currently, engaging in reforms that he says will transform the economy of this country from where it is now to $1 trillion economy. And that's one of the pillars on which he travels to many of these countries to, as he puts it, sell Nigeria, to market Nigeria in order to bring in investors and all of that. Are you saying what you have, presents a much brighter and, a more promising future for the country?
I think
your leader, your party.
Yeah, the president is doing his best, but for me, I believe maybe the areas that we need to look at, what I'm coming up with or the ideas I'm coming up with is sort of new, that can be added to what is on ground right now, because I've talked about industrialization. That is a very key area that I believe that Nigeria can grow its economy. Then,
Okay, just finish that.
Then you talked about the foreign direct investments. We can actually do a lot, because I think there was one forum I was, and I told somebody that if I have $1 billion, for example, I want to invest, and then as a nation we are taking taxes of about 7.5% for VAT, maximum 30% for complete income tax.
Let me ask you this now, and it's going to be a bit personal. Votes for 23 elections.
Openly out. People use the word challenge all the time.
But that's what it is.
That's the word I always, sometimes when I see challenge. You see, this is politics, and this is about development. When you talk about development, there are different approaches. Sometimes there are models that have been established. Sometimes people refer to some models here, models there. But one thing we all do not realize most times is that those models were created by someone. Someone sat down and decided to say, okay, let me look at this thing or look at this area or what is going on and come up with something different. If not for people that thought out of the box, I'm sure today we'll not be talking about the internet or talking about AI or talking about Meta and other companies. Someone sat down and thought out of the box. He left the normal way of people doing things and decided to say, okay, I can do something different. I want to create a solution to a particular problem. And then when that came up, the world embraced it. Today they are a multi-billion-dollar company. So we want to also look at those kind of things in Nigeria.
All right. You understand? Sorry, I'm trying to manage the time that we have.
All right.
Let me ask you this now. You see, your party's national chairman, Professor Nentawe Yewada, he's a man who has repeatedly, shown the world that he values party cohesion, and as such, it must be upheld at all costs. If that is the case, under what condition would you be willing to withdraw and step aside for President Tinubu during the primaries? If party cohesion must be upheld, just as the national chairman always tells all of you party members.
Our national man does his best. I think even yesterday did one about people trying to cause trouble as a result of this screen that happened, and the result has been, the report has been awaited. He's doing a very good job. Talking about withdrawal and stepping down.
In the event that you have to, what will make you step aside?
As far as our party is concerned, we have, I think, when we had our screening, we had our discussion and everything. There was no such discussion as anyone stepping down or stepping aside or anything like that.
I asked that because during the contest, during primaries, we've seen it in this country several times over, where people step aside for whom they feel is their leader. Okay, let him carry on. It's the same party. Let's work together.
You're referring to institution of consensus, right?
So
that is a lot of people.
In the event that is not consensus, what else could cause you to throw in the towel and decide that carry on?
1 minute. Why would you ask someone that came out prepared?
This is politics. Anything is possible. You know that.
I don't think
anyways
anybody that comes out for the position of the president is joking.
All right.
So I think when you talk about people withdrawing, I would rather say let the president withdraw for me.
Oh.
Let the president step down for me.
Beautiful.
Yes.
It will be an interesting, contest to see.
That's what I would rather say. If I supported before, let him support me now.
Why did you decamp from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, anyway? Was it because you didn't get the ticket to run for president back then?
No, there were internal issues that necessitated my departure from the party.
And why not another party? Why the APC?
I think at that point in time, APC was the best party, and remains the best right now.
Your primaries are inching much closer by every tick of the clock. As the day approaches, what is going through your mind, finally, before we wrap it up tonight?
What goes through my mind is for us to, number one, Nigeria. It gives me a lot of concern when things are not going the way we plan or the way we want it. So that's number one. The future of any election should be determined by how Nigeria turns out to be in the future. I mean, when I say future, I mean tomorrow.
Okay.
I mean next tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. That is my primary concern about whatever is going to happen right now.
Stanley Osifo, APC's presidential aspirant. Many thanks indeed for joining me.
Thank you so much for having me.
I am looking forward to seeing you right after the primaries.
Thank you so much. I'll be willing to see you too.
Thank you very much indeed. That's our show for today. Don't forget, you can follow us on all social media handles. You can also find me on all social media handles. I'll be waiting right here, of course, to respond to your questions, suggestions. We'll continue the conversation there. I'll see you again tomorrow. I am Enemaku Ojochegbe. Bye for now.
Talking about withdrawal and stepping down.
In the event that you have to, what will make you step aside?
As far as our party is concerned, we have, I think, when we had our screening, we had our discussion and everything. There was no such discussion as anyone stepping down or stepping aside or anything like that.
I asked that because during the contest, during primaries, we've seen it in this country several times over, where people step aside for whom they feel is their leader. Okay, let him carry on. It's the same party. Let's work together.
You're referring to institution of consensus, right?
So
that is a lot of people.
In the event that is not consensus, what else could cause you to throw in the towel and decide that carry on?
1 minute. Why would you ask someone that came out prepared?
This is politics. Anything is possible. You know that.
I don't think
anyways
anybody that comes out for the position of the president is joking.
All right.
So I think when you talk about people withdrawing, I would rather say let the president withdraw for me.
Oh.
Let the president step down for me.
Beautiful.
Yes.
It will be an interesting, contest to see.
That's what I would rather say. If I supported before, let him support me now.
Why did you decamp from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, anyway? Was it because you didn't get the ticket to run for president back then?
No, there were internal issues that necessitated my departure from the party.
And why not another party? Why the APC?
I think at that point in time, APC was the best party and remains the best right now.
Your primaries are inching much closer by every tick of the clock. As the day approaches, what is going through your mind, finally, before we wrap it up tonight?
What goes through my mind is for us to, number one, Nigeria. It gives me a lot of concern when things are not going the way we plan or the way we want it. So that's number one. The future of any election should be determined by how Nigeria turns out to be in the future. I mean, when I say future, I mean tomorrow.
Okay.
I mean next tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. That is my primary concern about whatever is going to happen right now.
Stanley Osifo, APC's presidential aspirant, many thanks indeed for joining me.
Thank you so much for having me.
I am looking forward to seeing you right after the primaries.
Thank you so much. I'll be willing to see you too.
Thank you very much indeed. That's our show for today. Don't forget, you can follow us on all social media handles. You can also find me on all social media handles. I'll be waiting right here, of course, to respond to your questions, suggestions. We'll continue the conversation there. I'll see you again tomorrow. I am Enemaku Ojochegbe. Bye for now.
For 2 years, Precious Mbomboli took pills daily to prevent infection with HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. But the 21-year-old is among the first in Zambia to receive a new injectable prevention drug.
For 2 years, yes.
I changed the new injectable on 25th February because the pill was difficult for me, as I used to forget to take it. Sometimes I was not at home at the time of taking the medication, so the injection makes me feel better and confident.
The new drug is known as cabotegravir, long-acting. Each shot prevents infection for 6 months. Zambia is the first low or middle-income country to offer the drug to the public. Lina Mwango is technical director of the local non-profit CHEP Zambia.
Our target age group for this is adolescent girls and young women who are aged 16 to 24, as well as we're reaching out to their sexual partners.
Local representatives called connectors are helping roll out the program.
The connector is based in the community. We do community mobilization. We do community sensitizations. We go on, screen the girls that are eligible for dreams. Those that are eligible get to be enrolled.
The U.S. government has donated nearly 15,000 vials of the drug known as cabotegravir. That's enough to protect 2,000 Zambians against HIV for 1 year, the U.S. Embassy says. But experts say people who get the shot still need to take precautions.
People get the injection and then they think it's a silver bullet, in that then they can go out and sleep around. And really the message here is that that's not why this drug has been brought on board. To realize that this drug does not prevent pregnancies, it doesn't prevent other sexually transmitted infections.
About 1.4 million Zambians are living with HIV, with about 33,000 new infections per year. Experts hope the new drug can help bring those numbers down. Kathy Short, VOA News, Lusaka, Zambia.
The number of children dying before their 5th birthday has hit a record low, according to new United Nations estimates. And Malawi is among countries highlighted in a UN report released on Wednesday for making significant reductions in child deaths. It, alongside Cambodia, Rwanda and Mongolia, have all been credited with a more than 75% drop in under-5 mortality since 2000. In the Malawian town of Nemetete earlier this year, parents like Secret Gibson were queuing up to get their children vaccinated against malaria, under a new program being rolled out in countries across the continent.
When a child receives the vaccine like this, it means as he grows, he will be a healthy and strong person. But also, as he attains maturity, it's like you have already laid a good foundation for him. Because if you don't take him for the vaccine, the clinic has reservations to treat a child who did not take the jab.
Preventable and treatable causes such as pneumonia, diarrhea and malaria made up the majority of the 4.9 million under-5 deaths in 2022. While that's a halving of the mortality rate since 2000, it also still represents 1 death every 6 seconds. And the UN warned that the world is behind in its goals for reducing preventable deaths by 2030, with progress slowing since 2015. Overall deaths of babies and children under 5 in 2022 were concentrated in sub-Saharan Africa. It represented 57% of the global total, despite only accounting for around 30% of the live births that year. The UN said better access to primary healthcare and community health workers could vastly improve the outlook. But it also warned that climate change, increasing inequity, conflict and the long-term fallout from the global health crisis could all threaten progress.
President Bola Tinubu defends subsidy removal, says reforms saving Nigeria economy. Court imposes 1 million naira fine against plaintiff in Goodluck Jonathan's suit. And court sentences female arms carrier Alima Aleru to 20 years imprisonment for terrorism offenses. And in business, food transport costs push inflation to 15.69% in April. And in sports, National Sports Commission assures Olympic Committee of Nigeria's readiness to host 2027 African School Games. This is the News Hour in AIT. I'm Hadiza Aldu. With me on the News Hour is Olamide Ario.
Thank you, Hadiza. President Bola Tinubu says the removal of few subsidy and foreign exchange reforms were tough but necessary decisions to pull Africa's largest economy back from the brink. He made the remarks while speaking at a high-level panel session at the Africa CEO Forum in Kigali. AIT State House correspondent Yemi Adebayo, who is attending the conference in Kigali, reports.
It's day 2 of the African CEO Forum in Kigali, Rwanda, and President Bola Tinubu is once again using the global stage to defend his administration's sweeping economic reforms. Since 2023, Nigeria has rolled out major policy shifts, including fuel subsidy removal and foreign exchange unification, reforms that triggered inflationary pressures and rising living costs across the country. But speaking to African leaders, investors, and policymakers in Kigali, President Tinubu insisted the measures were necessary to stabilize Nigeria's economy and correct long-standing structural distortions.
More challenges are there. The world won't wait for anybody. You have to continue to reset and rethink, challenge the intellectual curiosity of you as a government, the philosophy I came with.
The president also defended his tax reform agenda, stressing that taxation remains critical to funding infrastructure, education, healthcare, and social protection for vulnerable citizens.
Nobody wants to pay taxes ordinarily. Nobody. Taxation is not friendly to the wealthy, to the middle class, and to the poor. Every human being expects development, but the question they don't answer is how do you pay for it?
Tinubu further highlighted major infrastructure initiatives, including the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, alongside support for local industries, such as the Dangote refinery, as part of efforts to drive industrial growth and job creation. On security and diplomacy, he called for deeper African cooperation to address shared regional challenges. From Kigali, Rwanda, Yemi Adebayo, AIT News.
Germany has signed a 65 million euro development cooperation agreement to strengthen collaboration in key sectors of the economy. The deal signed in Abuja also includes a 300 million euro export credit framework to support private sector investment. Minister of State for Budget and Economic Planning, Doris Uzoka Anite, said the partnership will focus on agriculture, energy transition, healthcare skills development, and job creation. She described the agreement as a reflection of the strong relationship between both countries and commended Germany for the financial and technical support. German Ambassador to Nigeria, Annette Gunther, said the agreement followed extensive bilateral engagement aimed at deepening economic cooperation between both nations.
A federal high court in Abuja has faulted the conduct of the plaintiff and his lawyer in a suit seeking to stop former President Goodluck Jonathan from contesting the 2027 presidential election, imposing a 1 million naira cost against the plaintiff. Justice Peter Alifu described the repeated delays and failure to diligently prosecute the case as unacceptable, noting that the matter had suffered unnecessary setback due to the plaintiff's action. The judge expressed concern that although the suit was filed in October 2025, the plaintiff had yet to serve the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and the Attorney General of the Federation, despite several opportunities to do so. As a sanction, the court ordered the plaintiff to pay 1 million naira to Jonathan and directed that all outstanding court processes be served on the remaining defendants within 2 hours. The court also instructed the affected parties to file their responses before May 18, when the matter is expected to come up for definite hearing. During proceedings, Jonathan counsel criticized the plaintiff for repeatedly failing to appear in court, arguing that the conduct showed disregard for the judicial process. Although the defense sought a higher cost and dismissal of the suit, the court opted for a monetary penalty instead. The matter was adjourned until May 18 for hearing of all pending applications and a substantive suit.
Edo State Senatorial aspirant on the platform of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Omorege Ogbede Hama, has continued his consultation tour across parts of the district with fresh endorsements from party leaders and stakeholders. The former member of the House of Representatives received the backing of APC chieftains and supporters during his visit to Hunwonde, Ohyonwo, and Ekpobaoha local government areas, where party faithful openly declared support for his aspiration. AIT's Osarose Sado has the details.
The consultation tour of Edo South senatorial aspirants on the platform of the All Progressives Congress APC, Omorege Ogbede Hama, who formerly represented Oredo Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives, continues across parts of the senatorial district. The first stop is Hunwonde local government area, where party leaders, members and supporters gather to receive the aspirant. The former federal lawmaker appeals for support, assuring party faithful that his experience in public service would help attract development to Edo South.
The difference between publicity and the place is too much. Somebody must attract, whether it's government industry, whether it's government is government.
The meeting also attracts APC chieftains who express confidence in his aspiration, as motions for his adoption and endorsement are moved and seconded by stakeholders.
For the position of Senate in the South Central District, say
The campaign train then moves to Oryomon local government area, where party leaders and supporters again welcome Omorege Ogbede Hama. Party stalwarts describe him as a man with the experience and capacity needed to effectively represent Edo South at the National Assembly, as another motion for his endorsement is moved. The consultation tour for the day ends in Ekpobaoha local government area, where APC faithful and supporters converge at the party secretariat to receive him. For them, Omorege Ogbede Hama's track record and grassroots connection make him a strong contender for the APC senatorial ticket. Party stalwarts reaffirmed their support for his aspiration, expressing optimism that his emergence would bring quality representation and more democratic dividends to Edo South senatorial district.
We want to move collectively as a local government, that we are sending our brother, our father, our leader to Senate to represent us in Edo South. If you agree to this, say yes!
From Hunwonde through Oryomon to Ekpobaoha, the consultation tour concludes with renewed support from party stakeholders as Ogbede Hama continues his push for the APC ticket ahead of the Edo South senatorial contest. Osarose Sado, AIT News Benin.
And still in the APC, but now to Benue State, 11 aspirants earlier disqualified from contesting the State House of Assembly primaries under the platform of the APC in Benue State have been reconsidered by the appeal committee of the party. The committee had reviewed 50 petitions submitted by dissatisfied aspirants following the release of the initial screening reports by the party screening committee. A statement by the APC State Organizing Secretary James Onguga said the committee found 11 petitions meritorious and directed the affected aspirants to proceed to the primaries. 39 others, however, remained disqualified for failing to meet the required conditions. The statement noted that the appeal committee examined petitions, supporting documents, and oral testimonies before arriving at its conclusion. Members of the appeal committee who signed the reports were Abubakar Lawal as chairman, Ade Adetimehin, and Ahmed Muritala as secretary.
And the national chairman of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, Shehu Gabam, has called on the party's former presidential candidate, Adewale Adebayo, to desist from actions he described as distractions to the party's constituted authorities. Despite the recognition of Gabam as national chairman, a rival faction led by Sadiq Abubakar Gumbi continues to lay claims to the party's leadership, further deepening the internal crisis within the SDP. Reacting to the developments, Gabam stressed the need for unity and discipline among party members, warning that actions capable of undermining the leadership could weaken the party structure and cohesion.
Because some of them, they don't understand the rudiment. They are jumping the gun, and they want to showcase as if they are the most skillful new entrance politicians. They don't even know the rope. They are using every tricks, every sort of distractions, but the brand is beyond them. The brand is beyond me. Part of the reason why I preserve the brand is simply because I invested so much in building this brand. And that's why I did not engage them in the banters of trying to destroy the brand of SDP, because they did not invest in the brand. I invested all my life in the brand. So I have a duty to protect the brand, and I'm happy that justice is done. We are driving forward. You can see the jubilation from the very day we resume all over the country. You can see people trooping in. So we are good to go.
He urged members to remain focused on strengthening the party ahead of future political engagements, insisting that internal disputes should be resolved through established party mechanisms.
And Nigeria's former Education Minister Obi Ezekwesili and UK Deputy High Commissioner LIVEE are calling for stronger civil society institutions to safeguard democracy in Africa. Speaking at a book launch in Abuja, they argued that weak leadership and poor funding still cripple citizen advocacy.
Civil society groups across Africa remain the frontline voice for vulnerable communities. In Nigeria, CSOs also played a key role in the fight against military rule and the campaign for sustainable democracy. But research suggests many face severe survival threats from shrinking donor funding and weak internal structures. At this gathering, experts warn that advocacy groups must build systems that outlive their founders.
The African civil society to remain the small organizations that we've been. It is time to get back to the design table and to say that after many decades of running this model, it has expired.
And that sustainability must go beyond financial resources to include strategic planning, governance integrity, organizational health, network, and operational credibility.
The author, Jude Ilo, highlights critical gaps in management, long-term planning, and financial sustainability across the continent.
And so the idea is to document the experiences, listen to other people, and put all of that together so that people who work in the civil society sector are able to find some kind of roadmap that helps them to do their job very well.
A panel session later mapped out survival strategies for non-profits.
It's just not sustainable. That really important point about the succession planning, recruiting the right people and having the right systems, having a board that makes decisions and not having everything vested in one person, because that's so obviously not sustainable.
The models offered are not just for Nigerian-based groups, but provides a template for others working across Africa. Kedonojo Okoliko, AIT News, Abuja.
Troops of Sector 2, Operation Fasanyama, have neutralized 2 terrorists and recovered weapons, as well as rustled livestock during separate operations in Sokoto and Katsina states. In a statement issued by the Acting Deputy Director, Army Public Relations, 8th Division and Sector 2, Operation Fasanyama, Lieutenant Colonel Olani Oshoba, troops responded swiftly to a distress call over an attempt by members of the Lakurawa terrorist group to set ablaze a Nigerian Immigration Service facility at Ruwa Wuri village in Tangaza local government area of Sokoto State. According to the statement, the troops engaged the terrorists in a gun battle, neutralizing 2 of them, while others escaped due to the superior firepower of the troops. The statement added that the follow-up exploitation of the area led to the recovery of 2 AK-47 rifles, several rounds of ammunition, and motorcycles. In another operation, troops on fighting patrol in Jibia local government area of Katsina State encountered terrorists moving with rustled livestock at Danya Bakwai settlement. The troops engaged the criminals, forcing them to abandon 62 rustled animals, which were later recovered and handed over to their rightful owners at the palace of the Dadara district head in Jibia local government area. Operation Fasanyama reaffirmed its commitment to eliminating terrorism and banditry across the region and urged members of the public to continue providing credible information to security agencies.
A federal high court in Abuja has sentenced Halima Umar to 20 years imprisonment after convicting her for unlawful possession of 302 rounds of AK-47 ammunition and attempting to support terrorist activities. Justice Hawa Yilwa delivered a judgment after the defendant pled guilty to 2 of the 4 charges filed against her by the Department of State Services. The charges stemmed from her arrest in Plateau State while allegedly transporting the ammunition. The court held that by admitting guilt, the defendant accepted the facts presented by the prosecution without contest. Justice Yilwa consequently convicted her on both counts. Before sentencing, defense counsel Hamza Dantani appealed for leniency, describing Umaru as a first-time offender and a nursing mother, who showed remorse and cooperated with the court. The prosecution confirmed there was no record of any prior conviction against her. In her ruling, Justice Yilwa sentenced Umar to 20 years imprisonment on the terrorism-related counts and 1 year on the firearms possession charge. The case was adjourned to July 9 for trial on the remaining 2 counts which the defendant denied. During proceedings, the DSS operative told the court that Umar was arrested in Plateau State and later transferred to the agency's Abuja's headquarters after she was found with the ammunition.
Plateau State Governor Caleb Mutfwang says the nation's rising insecurity is a direct threat to Nigeria's sovereignty. He is urging the military to intensify operations and restore lasting peace. The governor spoke while hosting participants of Senior Course 48 from the Armed Forces Command and Staff College, Jaji. The delegation is in Jos for a strategic study tour of the state.
Governor Mutfwang welcomed the Jaji delegation to the government house with praises for the efforts of the armed forces in defending the nation's territorial integrity. But he's worried over persistent attacks in parts of Plateau State, which he says has severely affected the primary economy of the state, as displaced farmers can no longer access their lands. He is demanding stronger coordinated military actions to break the cycle of violence.
When ordinary farmers cannot go to farm, what you have done is that you have sentenced them to poverty. What you have done is that you have sent them to a short life cycle because they no longer have the economic wherewithal to be able to keep their families in good health, with good nutrition, and therefore they are no longer productive members of society.
Delegation leader Commodore Akiumi Oshatuberu acknowledges the problem and says the visit is aimed at studying the factors driving the security challenges and assures that findings from the tour will provide actionable recommendations to support government's anti-terror efforts.
The students are expected at the end of this to have interrogated how all the stakeholders work together, also to appraise some existing community-based initiatives of the state they are visiting, and also conduct on-the-spot assessment on things that may happen during their visit that may be relevant to their topic.
The touring delegation includes senior Nigerian military officers and 4 foreign participants from Zambia, Ghana, Guinea, and Tanzania. Walkes Kwakfoot, AIT News, Jos.
The Etsunupe and Chairman Niger State Council of Traditional Rulers, Yahaya Abubakar, has emphasized the need to restore the old value system as a strategic approach to addressing insecurity across the Nupe Kingdom and beyond. The traditional ruler stated this when he received a delegation from the Armed Forces Command and Staff College on a courtesy visit at the Wadata Palace in Bida. The Etsunupe emphasized the importance of community policing and grassroots participation in strengthening the security architecture, noting that traditional institutions remain critical partners in intelligence gathering, conflict resolution, and the promotion of peaceful coexistence. He further intimated to the visiting participant the structural organization of the Nupe Kingdom, highlighting the roles of district, village, and ward heads in maintaining order and fostering unity among the people. Leader of the delegation, Air Commodore Olamide Obasa, explained that the visit formed part of the study tour, activities of participants of the college appreciating the contributions and patriotic services rendered by the Etsunupe during his service in the military. Air Commodore Obasa also enlightened the traditional ruler and members of his council on the statutory responsibilities of the college, particularly in training senior military officers and enhancing strategic leadership for national development and security management.
And Nigerian Army donates fertilizers to Zamfara state farmers ahead of this year's rainy season.
TerraCube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
With Lipton tea, warmth does more than fill a cup. It brings people closer. Lipton tea is for togetherness.
We don't like to eat better, more nutritious meals, more veggies, but we want it tasty and easy too. Knorr Cubes, that's the secret. Made with real ingredients like chicken, parsley, and garlic. And enriched with iron, so your meals are better for you and more delicious too. That's the cocoa. Let's give it some accolades. Change your world by changing what's on your plate.
Bauchi State is stepping up efforts to secure schools and provide a safer environment for learning amid rising insecurity. This follows the launch of the Safe Schools Implementation Task Force to protect educational institutions across the state.
The Commissioner of Police, Sani Omolori, announced the rollout on Thursday, vowing to deploy all available security resources to shield students and teachers from emerging threats. But the command isn't working in isolation. It wants school administrators and the public to report any suspicious activity immediately to local security agencies. Speaking at the inauguration ceremony in Bauchi, the police commissioner stated that the initiative directly targets security threats like banditry, kidnappings, cultism, and drug abuse.
It is in recognition of these challenges that the Inspector General of Police directed all state commands to strengthen security around schools and educational institutions through proactive policing, interagency collaboration, intelligence-led operations, and active stakeholders' engagement.
Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed, represented by his Chief Security Advisor, retired DIG Sani Mohammed, affirmed that public safety remains the government's top priority.
I want you to move beyond mere rhetoric. Walk the talk. Walk the talk in the sense that doing with professionalism on our part, on the part of government, there is no request you will present, especially when you encounter some difficulty. There is no request we will not project and present to His Excellency.
The newly inaugurated committee members must now pinpoint vulnerable schools, boost intelligence sharing, and build rapid emergency response systems.
In a move aimed at restoring livelihoods and strengthening civil-military relations, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waide Shaibu, through the Joint Task Force Northwest Operation Fasayama, has donated 400 bags of fertilizer to farmers in Maru local government area of Zamfara State. The distribution ceremony took place at the Palace of the Emir, where community members, traditional rulers, government officials, and military officers gathered to witness the intervention ahead of the 2026 farming season. According to the media, Information Officer of Operation Fansayama, Lieutenant Colonel Aliyu Danja, the gesture forms part of the military's corporate social responsibility and commitment to improving the welfare of communities affected by insecurity. Representing the Theatre Commander of Operation Fansayama, Major General Warai, Deputy Theatre Commander, like the security, the Vice Chairman the support as timely, noting that the donation would ease the burden of farmers and boost agricultural activities in the area.
You're watching the News Hour on AIT. Coming up next is Business Reports. Stay with us.
Good evening. Welcome to Business Report. I am Amaka Okoro. We'll begin with a report on rising inflation. Nigeria's headline inflation rate rose to 15.69% in May 2026 from 15.38% recorded in March, as rising food, transport, hospitality and healthcare costs continued to drive consumer prices higher across the country. This is according to the latest Consumer Price Index report released by the National Bureau of Statistics following the completion of the rebasing exercise, which adopted 2024 as the new base year and 2023 as the wage reference period. Despite the increase in annual inflation, the pace of monthly price growth slowed in April, with month-on-month headline inflation easing to 2.13% from 4.18% recorded in March. The report also showed that food inflation stood at 16.06% year-on-year, driven by increases in the prices of staple items, including millet, yam, flour, fresh ginger, beef, garri, cassava, beans, tomatoes, soybeans, plantain, and fresh pepper. For food inflation, Enugu recorded the highest year-on-year increase at 32.67%, followed by Kwara and Adamawa, while Borno, Jigawa, and Taraba posted the slowest rise in food prices. The report also introduced newly tracked inflation indices, with energy inflation standing at 4.6% year-on-year and 8% month-on-month, while services inflation recorded 16.7% annually. The federal government says the Insurance Policyholders Protection Fund, established under the NERA 2025, is a key milestone aimed at promoting policyholders, boosting public confidence, and strengthening Nigeria's insurance sector. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, who was represented by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Raymond Omachi, explains that the committee will work to ensure that the fund protects businesses from avoidable loss and boosts trust in insurance.
The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Edeli's message to the gathering reiterates the federal government's commitment to boosting public confidence.
This initiative sends a clear message. Nigerian insurance market industry is secure. It is reliable and responsive to the needs of its stakeholders. I extend my warm congratulations to the distinguished members of the IPPF committee being inaugurated today. Your role is both strategic and consequential.
The Commissioner for Insurance and Chief Executive Officer, National Insurance Commission, NICOM, Olusegun Omoseyin, explained the role of Insurance Policyholders Protection Fund Committee.
The fund is therefore meant to protect households, to protect businesses from avoidable loss, to reinforce trust in insurance as a reliable promise. The word we give a word of promise, but it must be reliable. and it must be credible. And we must be there to meet those promises when the need arises. So this will help to preserve stability across the market.
The FCCPC is ready to work with NICON and the IPPF committee in ways that support consumer welfare, market integrity, and public trust.
They insist on providing protection for households and businesses across the country.
And now to stock report. Trading activities on the Nigerian exchange closed lower at the end of the last week's session as investors recorded decline in volume, turnover and number of deals, despite sustained year-to-date market gains. The all-share index depreciated by 0.73% to close at 250,330.92 basis points. The volume of shares traded is 1.08 billion, corresponding to a market value of 42.2 billion naira. The market capitalization now stands at 160.4 trillion naira. On the gainers table, we have the decliners table. We have Zichis leading, which declined by 9.97% to close at 29 naira 43 kobo, followed by FTN Cocoa, which declined by 9.95% to close at 8 naira 96 kobo. On the gainers table, we have ABC Transport, which gained 10% to close at 6 naira 27 kobo, followed by May and Baker, which gained also 10% to close at 47 naira 30 kobo. On this gainers list, we have DAC Communications PLC, which gained 9.76% to close at 2 naira 25 kobo. Now the three active traders for the day were, we have, in terms of trading volume, Charms PLC recorded the highest volume of traders' shares, followed by United Bank for Africa and Force Holdco. And that's Business Report. I am Amaka Okoro. The news hour continues.
Mr. Chef, it's a two-finger crush.
Pass with the chicken and all purpose. With Mr. Chef, a simple crush turns meals into culture and moments into memories.
This is the true taste of home.
And culture.
Chef of life.
The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Y.D. Shuaibu, Nigerian Army Medal, on behalf of the officers and soldiers of the Nigerian Army, announces the commencement of the first Chief of Army Staff Biannual Conference 2026. Date, 17th to 21st May 2026. Venue, Nigerian Army Conference Center and Suites, Asokoro, Abuja. Time, 8 a.m. daily. Nigerian Army, pride of the nation. Colonel Apollonia Anele, Acting Director, Army Public Relations. Announcer.
Hello again. Nasarawa State Governor Abdullahi Sule has urged political stakeholders, party supporters, and youth to maintain peace and avoid violence ahead of the All Progressives Congress APC primary elections. Speaking during his statewide address in Lafia on Friday, the governor said political differences should not threaten the unity and stability of the state, stressing that no ambition is greater than the peace and progress of Nasarawa State.
Sule defended his endorsement of a preferred aspirant, describing it as part of democratic practice, while assuring party members of a credible and transparent primary process through the adopted direct primary system. The governor also warned against inflammatory statements, misinformation, and political intimidation, calling on all aspirants and supporters to conduct themselves responsibly before, during, and after the primaries.
As governor of Nasarawa State, a leader of a great party in the state, I have exercised my constitutional and democratic right to support and endorse an aspirant whom I believe possesses the capacity, experience, and vision to consolidate on the gains we have collectively made. Such endorsements are neither new to democratic politics or intended to diminish the rights, aspirations, or contributions of other respected aspirants and their supporters.
He further appealed to youth not to allow themselves to be used for political violence and urged security agencies to remain vigilant and impartial throughout the electoral process.
I therefore call on all aspirants, party officials, supporters, youth groups, and community leaders to conduct themselves peacefully and responsibly before, during, and after the primaries.
The governor reaffirmed his commitment to sustaining peace, unity, and democratic values in Nasarawa State ahead of the 2027 elections. Mwesi Shakia, AIT News, Lafayette.
Okoja counting their losses following a devastating windstorm that swept through parts of the Kogi State capital, destroying homes and property worth millions of naira. Several affected residents are now appealing to the government for urgent assistance, as many have been rendered homeless by the disaster.
The violent storm uprooted trees, pulled down high-tension electricity cables, and damaged several buildings and business premises across different parts of Lokoja.
Like in my own room, about 4 rooms are choked with water. Like this shop, anything we have inside is choked with the water.
Some of us are supposed to be in the office now. We cannot be in the office because what happens to our buildings. So we cannot go anywhere. Will you leave your house that the roof is not there and you go to office?
While some displaced residents have taken refuge in nearby communities, the incident has also plunged many areas of Lokoja into blackout, following damage to electricity infrastructure.
The implication is that, like when you look at the transformer issue now, so for now, there's nothing like lights in our own various houses.
Even the pole is blown up. There's no lights, one pole fall. With God that help us, nobody was there to have any shock. And in the next few days now, we don't know, the rain will come, the roof is blown off. So what do we do? We're just cutting with friends yesterday.
Our wire in this community all fell down, so we are begging the government to help us with some things that we can be able to assist you to do it, sir.
Affected residents are calling on the government and relevant emergency agencies to come to their aid and help alleviate their suffering. Tehuba Akaya, AIT News, Lokoja.
The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has flagged off the 2026 National Preparedness and Response Campaign on flood, disaster, and related hazards for the South-South Geopolitical Zone in Calabar, Cross River State. The Director General of NEMA, Zubeida Umar, who flagged off the campaign on Thursday, said the exercise was designed to drive early and coordinated action to protect lives and livelihoods during the 2026 rainy season. She noted that the South-South region remains one of the areas most vulnerable to flooding in Nigeria due to its coastal location, high rainfall intensity, overflowing river system, poor drainage infrastructure, and the impacts of climate change, which often result in recurrent flooding, displacement of communities, destruction of farmlands, and disruption of livelihoods. Zubeida Omar stressed the need for early action to prevent, mitigate, and respond effectively to the anticipated flooding across the country, particularly in flood-prone communities within the South-South region. The DG NEMA further disclosed that the agency had developed the 2026 Climate-Related Risk Management, Preparedness, and Mitigation Framework to provide a structured guide for reducing flood impacts nationwide. She identified key mitigation strategies to include capacity building for local responders, simulation and tabletop exercises, strict adherence to rainfall and flood advisories, regular cleaning of drainage channels and waterways, as well as the development and testing of community evacuation plans. She stated that through its flood early warning system, NEMA had identified risk profiles and tailored mitigation measures for communication to at-risk communities, while vulnerability maps have been produced to guide federal, state, and local government in targeted risk reduction planning.
Governor Peter Umba says his administration has in the last 3 years built about 7,000 classrooms across the State, a feat he described as unprecedented in the education sector. The governor stated this while receiving President Generals from the communities across the state on a solidarity visit at the government house in Enugu.
From the hills of Nsukka to the communities of Ezago and the riverine parts of Anire, leaders of the 583 autonomous communities in Enugu State have converged on the Lion Building, not for protests or complaints, but in a show of support for the state government.
The massive infrastructural revolution ongoing in Enugu State is visible in virtually all the political worlds and communities.
Governor Peter Amba describes the President General as the closest voices to the people, saying their support reflects what residents think about the direction the state is headed. He says beyond roads and buildings, his administration is laying foundations for the future through investments in education, healthcare, youth empowerment, and security.
And I ask anyone to challenge me. Show me one country that has built the structures we've done at the scale we've done within just 3 years. But as I said, it is not about the structure. It is what those classrooms and what our children get transformed to.
And with the 2027 elections gradually appearing on the political horizon, the gathering also shows how development projects are beginning to shape political conversations across communities in the state. Kelechi Ekeledo, AIT News, Enugu.
As Nigeria continues to grapple with significant statistics out of school children, those vulnerable to poverty and lacking access to basic health care, Nigerian children are calling on the government to prioritize child-sensitive policies to address these pressing issues. They made the call at a joint ministerial press conference by the Minister of Women Affairs ahead of the 2026 National Children's Day in Abuja.
I want us to ask ourselves honestly, what kind of future are we building if millions of young people are still excluded from it? If we don't make room for young leaders today, we will pay the price of their absence tomorrow.
The National Children's Day remains one of Nigerians' most important national observances, dedicated to promoting the survival, the protection, the development, the participation, and the well-being and welfare of every Nigerian child. It is not merely a ceremonial celebration, but a national moment of reflection, accountability, and a renewed commitment towards safeguarding the future of our nation through deliberate investment in our children.
I reaffirm our unwavering commitment to advancing child health and well-being through strengthening policies, programs.
Let us continue to amplify the voices of the Nigerian child, protect them, protect their right, create opportunities that will allow them to succeed.
As we move toward Children's Day, UNICEF's message is clear. Children's issues must not be treated as ceremonial.
Acknowledging the demands, the Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Iman Suleiman, pledged stronger children inclusion. The theme for the 2026 Promoting Inclusion for Every Child focuses on reviewing progress made in promoting children's rights and welfare in Nigeria, emphasizing the importance of investing in children.
Foreign terrorists in Beijing have expressed optimism regarding the meeting between Chinese President Xi Jinping and US President Donald Trump, hoping their high-level talks will bring a positive impact on people around the globe. Trump on Friday wrapped up a 3-day state visit to China at the invitation of Xi after the two leaders held talks at the Great Hall of the People in Beijing on Thursday. Before his departure from Beijing, Trump said he looks forward to hosting President Xi in Washington, D.C. He said his state visit has captured the world's attention and described it as very successful and unforgettable. Tourists visiting the Chinese capital from different countries were optimistic about the historical high-level meeting, hoping that it will send out positive signals to the turbulent world of today. China has been welcoming an influx of international visitors in recent times since expanding its visa-free policies. The country recorded more than 30 million visa-free entries in 2025, up nearly 50% from the previous year, thanks largely to the expansion of the unilateral visa-free scheme, which now covers 50 countries, as well as a 240-hour visa-free transit policy, which allows visitors to stop over en route to a third destination.
Russia and Ukraine exchanged 205 prisoners of war each on Friday. Moscow and Kyiv said a week after U.S. President Donald Trump announced a large swap would take place between the warring sides. The Russian Defense Ministry said in a statement on social media that 205 Russian servicemen were returned from territory controlled by Kyiv, adding that in exchange, 205 Ukrainian armed forces prisoners of war were transferred. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Telegram most of the Ukrainians handed over had been in Russian captivity since 2022. Trump said last week that Russia and Ukraine would carry out a mutual swap of 1,000 prisoners as he announced a 3-day U.S. brokered ceasefire that covered Russia's May 9 parade celebrating the defeat of the Nazis. Both sides have traded accusations of violating the truce, and Ukraine has accused Moscow of ramping up its strikes against civilians after it expired, killing at least 24 in an air barrage on Kyiv on Thursday. He posted pictures of the released Ukrainians wrapped in national blue and yellow flags, smiling and embracing each other.
And as Palestinians marked the 78th Nakba Day on Friday, children in Gaza continue to be stripped of their right to education as bombs are turning their schools into rubble and smashing what was left of young survivors' future. On May 14, 1948, Israel declared statehood. The very next day, the first Arab-Israeli war broke out, forcing nearly 1 million Palestinians into exile. Since then, Palestinians have marked May 15 as their Nakba Day, the day of catastrophe. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinian children lost their schools in the displacement and forced migration that followed the Nakba. Today, 78 years into the ongoing catastrophe, the children of Gaza find themselves facing a strikingly similar fate to that of their grandparents. Gaza's education system and infrastructure have suffered devastating blows and show little sign of recovery. Many teachers have been killed or displaced, and there is a severe shortage of textbooks and teaching materials. According to the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, 97% of school buildings in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed, and more than 650,000 children have been unable to attend school.
You're watching the news on AIT. Coming up next is Sport Track. Stay with us.
Welcome. I am Osaibovo Sifo. Kwara United, the defending champion of the Men's President Federation Cup, will begin its title defense at this year's competition, playing against Sporting Supreme Under-19 of Abuja. The draw, which held this Friday at the NFF headquarters, will see the women's defending champion, Rivers Angels of Port Harcourt, begin their own campaign against NAF.
The 64 clubs that will play in the men's competition is made up of 16 teams drawn from the Nigeria Professional Football League. 18 teams found their way to the national competition from the Nigeria National League. 26 are drawn from the Nationwide League, while there are 4 non-league teams.
For the women team, the Premiership, we have 17 minus 2. Rivers and Nasara are both Premier teams, so we're going to draw 15 teams. Championship, we have 7 teams. Then the Nationwide, 3 teams. Non-league, 5 teams. A total of 32 teams.
NFF General Secretary Mohammed Sanusi, who reeled out the draw format, speaks on the Federation thoughts about the competition.
Of course, the environment has to be really that conducive, which we are trying to create. It should be violence-free, and there has to be quality players that will be seen by spectators that go to watch matches. We are trying as much as possible to synthesize them, and when the officiating is good, you can see what the Nigeria Football Federation has done. Any referee that messed up is shown the exit out of officiating, and people who tend to be violent are also punished.
From the draw ceremony held on May 15th, round 64 matches will be held on the 19th of May. The 27th and 28th of May have been planned for the round of 32, while June 3 will be for the round of 16 matches. The quarter-final matches will be played on June 7, semi-finals on June 11, and the final will be played on June 27 at the Stephen Keshi Stadium in Asaba. Of Mofoma Ibar, AIT News, Abuja.
The chairman of National Sports Commission, Shehu Diko, has commended the Association of National Olympic Committees of Africa, ANOCA, for giving Nigeria the right to host the 2027 African School Games. Speaking during a courtesy visit by the president of the ANOCA, Mustafa Biraf, and his delegation, Diko assured the team of Nigerians' readiness to host the continental event. In his remark, Biraf commended Nigeria's decision to accommodate the headquarters of ANOCA, describing it as a major boost for sports development in Africa.
They have awarded us the right to host the Africa School Games in 2027. So it's very significant for us because we are already coordinating and planning how to make it the very best games possible, because it aligns to our vision. So, and we have discussed also so many other things that has to do to the advancement and alignment, the sport development, resetting and restructuring of sports. It led to the vision of our dear President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR.
I want to thank you for Nigeria, for all the effort, all the support to Sport Africa. It's also a chance for us to renew our commitment to support Nigeria under the leadership of President Tinubu and Chairman Diko for the great work that they have been doing for African sport and their continuous support to the delivery of the various programs of ANOCA.
The visit is also aimed at strengthening partnership and collaboration towards promoting the growth and development of sport in Nigeria. The Nigeria Squash Federation says that it has stepped up preparations for the 2026 WSF World Junior Team Squash Championship, scheduled to hold from July 20th to 31st in Canada. The federation presented the contingent to journalists during a media briefing in Abuja.
President of the Nigerian Squash Federation, Sunday Egberikpo, said Nigeria will feature 4 male and 4 female players at the championship, expected to attract more than 200 top under-19 athletes from across the world.
This is the first time we're having the junior. It is deliberate because we want to see the future of the sports in the country. We don't want to rely too much on the seniors. We want to build new talent. So as much as we are talking about grassroots development, we should be looking towards the younger ones. So early exposure will do a whole lot for these players.
12 players are currently in camp in Abuja, while the final squad of 8 players and 3 coaches will depart for Canada on July 18th.
Hard work and consistency brings out a good result. So yeah, we are fully ready. We're actually going to work as a team to bring out the very best results, to make our sponsors and our presidents proud of us.
So we are calling upon stakeholders to join hands with us to develop this squash at the grassroots.
As part of efforts to promote grassroots development, the Federation also distributed junior squash equipment for 4 coaches across the country. Officials say the initiative is aimed at discovering and nurturing young talent for future international competitions. The Federation is also calling on corporate organizations and sports stakeholders to support the team as Nigeria targets a strong outing at the World Championship in Canada. Lailawal, AIT News, Abuja.
And that's sport, but before we go, I'd like to know Ariel's opinion, and of course Adiza's opinion on who will win the FA Cup this season. It's between Manchester City and Chelsea. Ariel, remember, if Chelsea wins, they will qualify for Europa League next season. So what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm not a Premier League fan. I belong to the La Liga, but out of pity, I will support Chelsea tomorrow because if they don't win that, it's going to be catastrophic for them because they are almost like in the 10th position. Man City still have hope to win the Premier League. Hopefully, Arsenal probably did some mess, but let's see. Tomorrow, Chelsea for me. Out of pity.
I don't know if I'll be looking for trouble if I ask Hadiza to give me her opinion on that.
Well, you know, I'm never a Chelsea fan. You know where my club is, so I'll just stay out of this.
Anyway,
but thank you anyway for bringing us all the sports stories.
Thank you so much.
And that's the news hour of the AIT. Many thanks for staying with us. I'm Hadiza Audu.
And I am Olamide Aroyo. Many thanks for joining us tonight.
This is the cool view. What did I do with my knife? Here we go.
How hard is it to get land and start a farm? It takes more than most people have. More like 60 years ago, Fairfax County was transitioning from being dairy farms to being suburbs.
That development there was the front field. And if you go further, that's the Thompson field. And if you go across the street, that's the Weissman field. And if you go over there, that's Bradley Thompson's. And